Lonely stream. Lonely April Fool's Day stream. I say to myself, people haven't even turned up yet. And I forgot to grab the fucking link, which is just goes to show how good I am at all this still. Grab that, pop that in there. Sit on this main menu for a while. Send the message out. Send another message out. Also, I forgot to whack the link on that one. This is very exciting stuff you can't see. And I updated this Twitch chat, but it doesn't seem to have broken on the actual streaming end, so that's good. People rolling in. Should probably actually keep OBS open. If anyone's in, let me know how loud the game is compared to me, if I've got to turn it up or down. I think it should be okay. It's hitting the green, but not hitting the orange. Then I'm hardly hitting the orange. We're doing something very, very daring today, something risky, which is playing a high-speed platforming game blind, which is always a risky stream because I could fuck up a bunch. Though I played the demo for, God, 10 hours, I think. I was really into the demo. Landfall fucking gets me. Okay, keeping stum, keeping quiet today. I think I'll just go. People will roll in, high-speed stream. High-speed stream that sits on the menu for 2.25 minutes. A lot longer, actually, considering, you know, I've been here since before us went live, just sitting on the menu thinking I should pull the trigger on this. I think this is Landfall's first game where they've actually kind of gotten a character model you're meant to take seriously rather than a stick man or a bizarre blow-up looking man. They have stepped up the production value. Not in a haste to make a joke, eh? There's no rush. Hell yeah. Double hell yeah. I think there's a jump button in the game. You're lying to me already on this. I will say, in the demo, I just stopped giving a crap about the story pretty quick. I was just doing it for runs, though. I'll probably care more now that we got the full game. But it's kind of roguelike-y, isn't it? Though I gotta guess there's an actual narrative to this. Alright. I do like that takeoff. Yep, got that. Can't leap. Can only work with momentum. So, to anyone who didn't play the demo, I don't need to explain anything. The tutorial's gonna do it for me. Do not hit the ground. Got it. Do hit the ground. Got it. Perfect. It is endlessly satisfying, though, yeah. Hit inclines, hit them good. You kind of want to lightly hit the ground. You don't want to just dive right into it. Like, not unless it's a very kind of extreme incline like that. Oh, yeah. This is a game of depth perception, and mine can be wobbly. Mate James kind of pointed out it's kind of a gamified version of the Totally Accurate Battlegrounds kind of death game where you could respawn, and I didn't actually put that together, but it's funny, it does feel like an extrapolation of a Battle Royale's minigame. And it works very well. It also kind of taps into what like the Sonic CD intro, which is kind of navigating a really interesting environment. It's also a bit Sonic Advance 2-y because it's all going downhill. Actually, maybe it isn't, you know. Maybe there's some uphill, maybe there's some just flat inclines. Flat inclines. So, make good landings. Yeah, we get energy to use our board, which gives us a bit of extra speed. And does also... Yep. It does also raise us up a little bit. Oh. Oh, gotta hit that one spot. Okay. It's easier without the board in that case. I do not remember this part of the tutorial. Did this exist, or are they just like, okay, people really didn't get it. We need to make sure they understand where and how to land. Got some speed. Alright, yep. Oh. Coming in clutch on that one. This game also reminds me a lot... Oh. How far back is it going to take me? It's worried for a moment. It's like, do it all again. Make the hardest bloody tutorial going for some people. Make it hard for me. Alright. Learn the slopes. Very cute. We don't know a lot, do we? Oop. Okay. Find the shard. You need to find the currently active shard. It's indicated by a glow that's visible from far away. If you can't see it, try running in a different direction and look again. Don't know why it's amusing me. I think I've spotted it. That prompt does also help a little bit. Oh. Oh, hell yeah. And we are in the game. And would have been nice to get those. We'll hit these instead. So, balance of the game is we got to get these. We can buy items to make ourselves faster. And the faster we go... Oh, that felt good already, yep. Faster we go, the more bonus shards we get. Gems? I can't remember what they're called exactly. Oh. Saw a message pop up in chat, and this is going to be a difficult game to check chat. I'll do that between stages. And chat isn't half as fast as me right now. And I got a... You can kind of lean in to the hills a little bit. Just do a slight turn off to match the incline better. Get more perfects, get more speed. I really like it. This game is exactly up my alley. Okay, one problem I had. Oh, they've made this a bit more interactive. What's that mean? Fragments. Shard run consists fragments, and you choose your path through to the end. If you choose fragment multiple fragments away, you will automatically pay for all the fragments up to that destination. I did not know that. So I wonder if that's a new feature. I did kind of think in tactical terms, like, the issue I had with the demo, because I was really enjoying it, was I always felt I'd get cool abilities and then have no stages left to use them, so most of my tactical decision making was how can I get the most fun and get the most speed. And I didn't think there was too much interesting decision making in pathing. I do wonder if later shards, later fragments will kind of expand on that. Let's go for the fawns, those are new. Let's be cocky, go right into the hard stuff. Also, have I got less health than on the... Yep, okay, these are the skull ones. These stages I noticed could have an issue. Sometimes they could feel a bit awkwardly laid out and I couldn't guess. I'd have to slow down to see where the danger was coming from to go in the opposite direction. I hope I'm going in the right direction now. I should be. The better you hit an incline, the more speed you get. I don't think those damage you. I think they just slow you down. Oh! Oh! Oh, fucking hell. Oh, you only get two, you only start with 2 hearts on this. Okay. Let's not do that again. I was getting cocky as well because I thought, oh, I made a few close dodges. I can pull this. Let's just do the exact same fucking route. Oh, Christ. I'm gonna have panic screams. That's the fun of it. It's like you're just hitting these ramps, trying to hit inclines good to get speed. I should not go the same way I did last time. Am I doing that? I am doing that. Let's go a bit more further left. So they pull you back in, wrap you around, and I was in a very rocky environment. I'm in a rocky position right now, God. I'd gotten pretty good at the demo, but you can immediately be humbled at any time. Oh, shit. And you know the thing is, you get extra rarity. Be only 110% rarity. I guess maybe you started at a higher power level in the demo to get you in. So, Spark pick up 1 health. That's the wise thing to do, or that one, which is just restoring 2 health every 2 seconds. But these will give me 50% boost for 5 seconds, and you know, it's not like I've ran into a lot of stuff. I'm looking for the Chaos Emerald. I'm gonna find it. I think there's got to be at least 1 in this game. It's where it was during Sonic 1. Let's be boring. Let's play it safe. Get health. So you want to do those because you just get an automatic item. I want some sparks, please. Oh. I did think one thing this game could have done with, which it might kind of kill some of the tension, but I think it's good as Descenders before each level had like a ranking between like, hey, how inclinous is this? How many turns are there? How many hazards are there? And it was either ranked out of like 1 to 5 or something, so you could better weigh up like, oh, am I a bad enough dude to take this? I think they've added more visual effects to the side. Descenders is a cool game. Part of me wanted to make a video on it, but I don't know enough about, like, mountain biking. You're feeling the Sonic pull. Shadow Gens is very good. I really enjoy that game. It's going to be interesting to talk about come playing Boost Wrong, but I was thoroughly in on it. I think everyone was. You're a very apologetic sort. I haven't started on it yet. That's a few videos away. What I've got to do, the first big step of it, and I've really shot myself in the foot waiting on it, is, okay, compile all of the recommendations and sort them and see which one's interesting, what I can kind of extract something from. I'm really happy for the bloody Unleashed recomp, because I was trying to get Project Unleashed going in case I was talking about that, but it just seems to be very buggy nowadays. So, you know, sometimes the longer you wait, the more things come along for you to talk about. Man. There's like 2 Ardnut videos that was going to say two, but I can only remember one. So there's one Ardnut video that I could have ever made, which was like the Ardnut, but that feels so... It feels tragic to say that, just that doesn't feel topical anymore. Like, VR feels kind of done. I'm still a VR guy, but man... I didn't hate Werehog. I think it kind of came about from, like, you know, everyone was still down on Sonic. The response to Unleashed, like, Recomp really just showed how out of touch I might be, or can be, with, I thought people just weren't that fond on Unleashed. Like, it had people who liked it, but, you know, they were scattered. Like, I'm cool on the day stages. I replayed the shit out of those. Didn't hate the Werehog, just didn't care for him. Think the hate was overblown because but it's exaggerated because the day stages are so fun. So if you come at it from the outside, you think, oh, these must be terrible, when really it was just one gameplay mode was so fun, it kind of caused an imbalance. Oh god, I got so many mods to play Unleashed Wrong with now. I don't just want to do mods, though. It feels that was the worry I had coming out of Classic, was, is this just going to be mods now? Because I feel like one game gets a mod and everything else has to be another method entirely to kind of stay novel, stay interesting. Wouldn't it get just stale if, right, now it's time for this mod, now it's time for that? That's kind of why I joked on the Shadow portion. It's like, alright, no, we're not doing Shadow Reload. Sorry. You know, because I didn't want to just tire it out. I mean, the worst of the Werehog, which I think can now be fixed through Recomp, is the music, surely. Because you have all these cool night stage musics that are just constantly interrupted with da 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 over and over again. But yeah, it has been funny, people seeing a new wave of people going, oh my god, Unleashed is back, this game was the best ever, and perhaps it's like the next generation of fans again who just, you know, they never cared about all the old heads going, oh, it's not exactly great, is it? Or, oh, it's okay, but we want adventure, or what have you. Just sneak in a Roblox Sonic game and act like it's a legit game. There are a few that could trick you nowadays, aren't there? Because I've seen some Roblox Counter-Strike likes that are pretty impressive. Okay, yeah, we can trade sparks to manifest stuff. I mean, it's even called Sonic World Adventure in Japan. It is spiritually... I mean, Sonic 06 is also an adventure game, I would say. That's Sonic Adventure 3. So that just lets us refill our health. We've got some health refill. On close call, gain energy. Very cool. On non-perfect landings, do a perfect landing. So that just makes a bit more forgiving. We get a free perfect landing and some boost every once in a while. Let's get this, because this will make us play more daringly. I mean, it's very different from 06, but, you know, it's an adventure. I guess it's the most generic genre term in the world, though, isn't it? Adventure. Everything's an adventure. Okay, not everything. Tetris isn't. Or maybe it is. Because you're adventuring to other levels. I'm intentionally being obtuse about this. Alright, let's move on. We got a fun item. I do like that build-up. Do wonder what that is, which means I'm gonna... That's probably health, isn't it? I need health. I don't have a choice, I'm getting health either way. It turns Sonic 06 into a real 7 out of 10 experience. So we got an item that turns close calls into energy. So now we have an excuse for me to run into it. Just play it really dangerously for speed. Oh, okay, we got fucking boost rings now. Sweet. Did he shoot me out fast? Let's go. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. More methods for more speed. I'm happy with that. I think we also generate boost faster than the demo as well. Oh, I missed that. I'm doing a real bumpy ride here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no, I'm not going to hit that. Let's just get a jump instead. One tip I will give for this game... hold down space as you kind of come out the top of a jump, because then you'll kind of fly out straight and conserve a bit more speed. Nice. Yeah, we gotta play Burnout style. We gotta go in the wrong lane. Well, speaking of, I'd like some lanes. Ah, I couldn't conjure them by saying it. Oh, 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 shit! Oh, fuck! That was tight. It's going to be a fun stream. It's mostly going to be me screaming, by the way, when I'm not looking at chat and responding. It's just going to be me going, oh, shit! Landfall fucking gets me, man. I'm just going to say that a lot as well. Like, this shit is so exciting. Oh, there were boost chambers in those. That's a cool addition. You know what I hate, though? Actually, I don't hate it. I more don't care, but... There was a video put out recently by a guy who does a lot of surf content, and he was ranking brain rot content games. Like, you know, what people put in the background of their fucking TikToks to distract, like, children. Oh, Cluster Truck's good. Is that on Switch now? That's interesting. I haven't got on with many Switch ports. Granted, I haven't played much Switch games. For whatever reason, I bought Thief Simulator on Switch. Burglary Simulator or whatever, and it controlled horribly. We've got enough to buy an item. I guess it doesn't really matter which one I pick, so let's go there so I keep my options open. Key jangling games, yeah. This game's going to be like peak brain rot content for someone, because you just go fast. It just looks cool. Like, this could be the next Subway Surfers. What a horrible indictment. Who do we have here? My god, you are a flamboyant character portrait, aren't you? Wait now 1 second. Aren't you the letter girl? Oh boy, it's just like Mirror's Edge. There must be other meat. I don't even know what I'm saying. We don't remember a lot. We can crop it out. You know, maybe I'll send them a message. I'll send them like in patch notes. Give a like 9:16 aspect ratio. Give us the phone aspect ratio, and the brain rot will just come flowing. This captain guy is very Swede energy, like very Swede character energy. I don't think anyone I play with has Zoe character energy in their like D&D games. I actually kind of hate to say it seems like of my tabletop groups I would have the most, because she seems naive and kind of stupid. But in a friendly way. Oh, I want a rope. Captain already has a fan, so you would send him some fan letter. Oh, I think I was talking about the captain as well while I was mentioning Swede has that energy. I think he did play a guy called Leon Evertaff, who I'm already getting... If he ever brings him back, oh, we can rip some character art for him. I'm actually kind of... I wonder if... On my last game, actually it's still ongoing Dungeon World, not D&D game, I was going to commission character art for my guy who is a fat businessman elf. But I just found like a Shadowrun character who fit him so perfectly, and it just took over his image. Okay, we got health. So these are events. They can give you items or give you a little scenario to play through for 300 sparks if you pass them. Some of these I didn't enjoy, so I started avoiding them. Aha, this one's okay though. Zoe had visited different Dara's world in the past, but it feels different to listen to stories about a place now that's gone. It's gone. 20% damage reduction, energy gain rate, please. I am a very cocky man. He's a raging gay, and that's not an insult. An angry gay or just ragingly, flamboyantly homosexual? Yeah, we get left TL choices. There was one in the demo that I just got sick of seeing, and it was just one where you had to kind of run and paint over a whole world, which was fun the first time, but had the problem that it was so easy to, like, once you got to 98%, finding the last 2% was nigh impossible. And it's like, I don't enjoy that kind of stuff. It was like a very annoying kind of little emerald hunt scenario. Oh, Whoop. This is going to be a very good break game for me. Just play a little bit of this between writing. Just, I need a 15-minute break. Throw this on. Do some runs. Brain re-energized. Playing man do be playing a game. Playing it live. Complete a fragment with only perfect landings. Fucking hell. Didn't even mean to do that. I'm too good. Now let's fuck this up. Event or danger zone? Let's do danger zone. We get free item if we get free item for passing. Oh, felt a bit misled there. Oh, this has new music. This is groovy. Oh, can I make it? Can I make it? So, yes! You do also get a little boost of verticality by using the board. You can use it just to kind of raise yourself up a bit. Raise yourself up a little bit. I am getting very daring with that. I think when in the demo, the black hole didn't actually damage you. I do not know if that's been patched. I'm not going to find out right this second. Oof. That counted as a near miss. Close call, rather. Yeah, this is one of those games that was it's just really satisfying to kind of like get a feel for like how it all moves, and it just kind of immediately feel rewarded for getting good at it. Uh oh. Flub that jump though. I could probably be more daring with my boost actually, because I'm generating it really fast already. That was a long level. It's collecting stuff while being fast. It's risk reward. Because you want to get those so you can buy items. Oh, that's a good item. Gain 10% boost for 6.0 seconds. One really fun build I had in the demo was there's an item you can rarely find, which is you gain boost, which is, by the way, is just top speed. It just increases your max speed. But you gain 0.2% boost for every 10 health you're missing. So I got that and then just kept getting more maximum health from big pumpkins, and you can just go like the clappers. But yeah, you kind of want to balance that. If you're on low health, you just want to get to the end, play it safe. If you're like me and you're a bit cocky and you're feeling a bit confident, big up yourself, then you want to go fast and get the items. I'm still feeling risky, so I can get energy every little while, but we're already pretty good on that, so let's just get perpetually fast. Every 10 seconds or so. I never played Super Fancy Pants. Actually, maybe I did. Because it's super old, isn't it? Like Flash game days, but you can buy them online now. Oh yeah, the doorbell sound is really satisfying. The QTEs in that game, they're okay. They're not too bad. You know, it's funny because I was watching a video review of Unleashed the other day, and the guy saw the input for like a shortcut boost during one of the daytime stages, and he paused the game. And I don't know what it says about me that I never thought of doing that. That's pretty clever. That gives you a second to read the input string and then carry it out. And I thought, that's really clever, but that's cheating. I don't hold it against him. I'd only hold it against myself because I'm a weird honor-bound idiot. They'd probably be too quick for me nowadays.
Oh my god, you're in squad 2.
I didn't want to interrupt Sweden too, Joe. I thought it'd be rude to just come in and say, I'm streaming in here now.
Oh, I thought it was the opposite of like you joined them and they were like talking about wrestling or something and you were like, oh fuck this, I want to play Haste. Just got your own room.
I wouldn't do that. I'd force the audience to listen to that, to him
there we
about
go,
wrestling.
man.
There'd probably be some in the audience who were like, finally, someone I can relate to. Let's talk about wrestling.
So did they give you a copy of Haste
yeah.
and did you buy it?
Should I have disclosed that I was given a key to this? I don't think this is sponsored.
I mean, you can disclose it to me. I'm not going to tell anyone.
I mean,
so...
we're already live.
Oh wait, are you streaming? Oh,
yeah.
Hello everyone.
Hello. That was genuinely not a consideration because I was gonna. It was a very nice exchange I had with the people who they messaged me and asked, "Hey, do you want to be on the press list for the game?" After I tweeted a video of it, and I messaged them back saying, "I would love to be, but I can't promise you a video in good time, so I don't think I should be." And they were like, "Just get on the list anyway." And I was like, oh, "Okay, sure." But if there's no obligation to this, fine.
Now that I know that you're streaming, let me stick my headphones in. Just
Sure. Do you want to go on the parsec?
There we go.
Get on the list.
Give me a second. I have to install parsec for Mac.
Oh yeah, you're on Mac now.
Yeah, I'm on a Mac now. So
he's given up the ultra wide laptop life for well, you have.
Oh no, the laptop wasn't ultra wide.
No, but you plugged it into an ultra wide monitor, did you not?
Yeah, and I'm still living an ultra wide life.
Oh,
but,
okay.
yeah, now I'm on a ultra wide Mac.
Some people do get the ultra wide life on Mac, but that tends to be from the restaurant.
You know what? Very true. You know, we were talking about McDonald's related items earlier. I'll litigate that once I get this installed.
Okie dokie.
But how are you finding Haste so far?
I mean, I'm enjoying it. I'm still in what was the demo zone, though. I've noticed they start you a little bit slower, and they've made one very, very nice addition, but I've only seen it in one stage, which is boost rings.
Oh,
Got fucking juggled by the geometry. Oh boy, these do actually trip me up.
Yeah.
These sudden drops. It should be obvious, but I do best on the easy stages, as everyone tends to do.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. I feel like I'm getting a little bit faked out by those drops. Now I don't trust any dip in the environment. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It's just like tiny wings.
Oh, what? Bounced off a rock into a tree. This game does have good doom spirals where you fuck up once and your flow is just cooked. And you're just like, well, I'm dying now. I can't stop making mistakes. I think they've made these levels do seem a bit wider and wilder than what was in the demo, though. It's still the same obstacles, just terrain generation seems a bit more interesting.
I mean, that was kind of not that it was a complaint, but that was a couple of people did say that, didn't they? Of like,
yeah,
they need to make the terrain a bit more interesting, and also maybe throw in a couple more obstacles. Which,
yeah, I wasn't complaining about it because I figured, well, it's the demo. We're just seeing an early.
Oh no, I'm not saying that you were.
No.
Yeah.
I get where you're coming from. No, it's like I gotta just figure, it's the demo, man. And even then,
exactly.
having played that demo for, I'm gonna check because I claimed 10 hours.
Yeah, you did. You put some decent. I think you definitely played it longer than I did, which
9.8 hours. There were obstacles I only saw once or twice.
Yeah, like I only got I got the lasers a few times, but missiles was something I only got once, which was pretty cool.
Okay,
I'm nearly there.
Do you want me to wait for? I'll wait for you before I go into the boss room.
Okay.
I just saw your stream tag stand-up comedy. Yeah, we're just very cocky, or I am, about how funny this all is, or it's semi-ironic.
Also, we are famous British stand-up comedians. This is actually the what's the name of Frankie? Here Comes the You're listening to a recording of Here Comes the Guillotine.
Is that his new show? Wow, he got more.
Yeah, that's his thing.
I was reminded of the name of his auto bio in a charity shop window the other day, which was My Shit Life So Far, which is a pretty good name.
That is a pretty good name. By the way, you can connect me.
Okie dokie, turning the light on. It's the very annoying time of year where my computer is right across the room, right across from a window. So for an hour or two a day, if I don't draw the curtains and black out this room, it's just a reflective nightmare.
Oh yeah, no, it's when it gets to about 4 o'clock in the afternoon for me, it does exactly the same thing. Oh, interesting. It opens this in full screen, although I guess that makes sense. But
I think it always did that. That was you can make it windowed, but it defaults.
Oh yeah, I know, and I just have so.
Okay, so let's get that. Let's get that. Do we have enough for that? We do. Right. We just have all these. We just get everything. This hasn't opened up yet, so whoa.
Oh, the artwork's slightly different on the girl.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
Yeah.
Would you believe me if I said I spent a lot of time just skipping these scenes in the demo?
No way. So does this have more of like a proper, like, has it got like a proper opening now? Because I know the tutorial is the little elf guy teaching you about, like, you know, drop into a hill like Tiny Wings on the iPhone.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the captain who you talk to when you get health. Being told by someone in chat they find him hot. I said
funny detail about I don't know if it applies to all the characters, but the captain specifically, because they've been working on this game for about 4 years and kind of did a soft, because this was meant to be more of like I think the idea was this was going to be like a kind of a multiplayer style game in the style of Tab Gear before they decided to make it a bit more linear. And the idea was that, like, you'd have obviously different characters to play as with kind of like unique designs, and the captain was going to be one of them.
Okay, so kind of demoted. Well, I don't even want to say demoted main character, but
no, kind of, yeah. They've given him a bit more. Well, I guess he's no longer playable, but they've made him into more of a character, I suppose.
I did learn something kind of tragic the other day. Have you ever seen the game Cloud Built?
That sounds familiar, but remind me.
It's a third-person platformer with kind of jetpack-based movement. It's very much about jetpacking into refills. It's a very interesting little indie game that I genuinely feel like should have done better. I did make a video on the original Cloud Built years ago, and then just couldn't find enough new to say about Super Cloud Built. But they were making a multiplayer version of that as a racing game, which is such a brilliant idea, but it's just neither game did well enough, so I think their studio is shuttered now. I think that project is on ice.
Also, well, look who's no longer cool enough for Helldivers 2.
Yeah, he's
I've done my part.
Oh, I'm just looking at
Have
chat.
you?
I expect at least
Unfortunately, I can't run it on Mac Suite, so I'm no longer part of the Super
Mac?
Earth.
You're an Illuminate.
Oh, I better let Swede in.
Yeah, let's Swede into your computer.
Let him in.
Let me
I do apologize, Deacon Feed, because I think I looked away long enough. Now I've lost the context for. I expect at least one. So what's the deal with them hooligans, eh? Storming over Europe and that.
Well,
Still, Snake, this is an odd April Fool's. The April Fool's is you stream on a day that isn't a Sunday.
And even funnier than that,
is that the joke? I'm sure it's the joke.
The funnier April Fool's joke is that
releasing a
rather than making an April Fool's game, one for like, hey, this real game that we've made, you can buy it now.
That's a good joke.
Yeah, to be honest, that is a really good joke. Anyways, it's this guy.
It's the same first boss.
This is the game that released today.
Yeah, this future brain rot content. Haste.
I mean, I did say it was probably gonna be racing something. I guess this is kind of racing.
I mean, it's called Haste. Yeah, like it was hardly going to be about serving coffee. Actually, it could have been. Who knows?
What, like Wonder Stop?
Wonder Stop. Oh yeah,
is that the
game about depression?
Yes.
Okay.
And making coffee.
Coffee doesn't help with my depression.
Well, you don't want to go work at that coffee shop.
Oh
then.
god, yeah, miserable.
Yeah.
I did actually, during the demo, when I'd had a really fun assortment of items, I would just kind of fuck off so I could play around with the movement tech longer. Oh. I've currently got a bunch of gear that makes it so I go faster when I have near misses. Though currently, I'm not having near misses.
So what is this? That's like roguelike? Or...
It is a roguelite runner.
Oh.
So we got to go down hilly courses, collect gems, defeat bosses, find out why the worlds are getting destroyed.
So you were saying is you're going to Green Hills?
I am currently going through Green Hills. But I hope we don't hit Marble Zone next. Have the game just go downhill. Or stop going downhill, I guess. One comment in my Discord was, "This seems like the kind of game whose soundtrack I'm gonna mute." Some tracks I'm like, "No, it's
See,
good." Other tracks I'm like, maybe.
I don't mind the OST. Like,
No, I like bits of the OST. Oh no, we're going to Oil Ocean Zone. Anti-sparks. Okay, that must be our permanent upgrade and stuff, I guess. Maybe. We'll find out. Item unlock, transition, slingshot.
it is also just very funny to think of like the company that makes like content warning and like Tab Girl and all the wobbly games. It's like, yeah, no, we just have an in-house musician that can make stuff like this. We very rarely use them, but here you go.
You need proper music for proper speed. I do like bits of the soundtrack. I did notice that the really dangerous tracks had a new musical backing, and it was quite funky. I quite liked it. Let's complete the shard. Let's see what new content awaits. Do wonder if that keep running is now an endless runner mode for. I've got some fun items. I don't wanna stop just yet. Okay. Oh, I was gonna run right there.
Oh my god, Grandma.
What's up, Gran?
What's up, man?
Hey, Nan, I got some anti-sparks, but I don't know what those are either. I don't really know much of anything.
Anti-spark, so is that like just...
I mean, this game doesn't seem
real-
very anti-spark. I think, you
Yeah.
know, Spark and this would get on. I could see a character DLC.
But it's anti-spark fark.
Only up
Was
to a
that-
point. Only for the first game, spoilers. It's fine. I think some people, when they hear wub wubs, do kind of, will just immediately go to, this is bad.
Wub wub wub.
Wub wub?
Meanwhile,
Wait.
you know what, I'm
Wait,
wub
wubs?
ambivalent. Some wubs are good.
Yeah, I was
some
gonna
wubs are
say
bad.
you're wub agnostic.
Yeah, I
Wait,
can take or leave
Wait,
wubs.
what do you mean?
It's not that you don't think that wub exists. You're perfectly capable of thinking
I
that's
can acknowledge
the
the
case,
existence of wub. Ooh, question.
Yeah,
Wait.
and you're because other people have their own sort of, they have their different wubs that they pray to, and it's not like, one wub is better than the other,
Okay, I'm lost here. What the fuck do you mean with wub?
You know, like dubstep. Wubs.
Wub,
Oh.
wub. Yeah.
Okay, I guess I get that.
Don't worry.
I guess I get wub.
I mean, I lived through the age of Skrillex hate. So,
I mean,
that's wub.
yeah. Oh, that's
yeah, isn't there like a video essay which is called like all my homies hate Skrillex, which is about like a guy like making an actual impassioned defense about actually
I thought
dubstep was good.
I think
thought
I've
you were
seen
gonna
that
say-
ages ago.
Yeah, it's not a bad video.
Yes, I thought you gonna say I don't know Skrillex.
I mean, I'm technically a wubbophile. Oh no. Isn't that like a fandom thing, a wooby, or whatever? It's not like
That's a TV tropes term, isn't it? Like a character,
Yeah,
who's
what is
a
it?
character who's kind of put upon and has a rough time of it, but they're cute, that kind of thing.
Oh, in the parlance of another TV trope, a butt monkey.
Butt monkey, the
butt
wooby. Yeah,
monkey.
Mac knows.
Oh
Because
my god, there's another Mac in the chat.
Oh yeah,
the Mac-
James has swapped Mac. Oh, okay. Oh, we
Mac
got our
uses
different
the-
zones. Sweet.
the Mac users can sense each other.
Yeah, they're
It's
like
true.
stand users. Is your computer on a stand, or is it just?
My computer is actually on a stand, so
Yeah.
this is the funny Mac where
Ouch.
everybody made fun about it because the power button is on the bottom of it. If you could just put it on your side, the power button's on the side. So there we go.
That seems like still pretty bad.
No, not particularly. Because it's all solid state parts in there, so it's like nothing's moving.
Has anyone told you should have gone Linux yet?
No, but I have got a Steam Deck which I'm using for my gaming, which is like that is kind of Linux. So
There you go. You're already covered.
yeah, exactly. Penguins and apples together again.
And also, like, no offense, but I think James is the last person that would go
No,
Linux.
James, you do not strike me as a Linux guy.
Yeah, no. If the moment I see a command prompt, I'm like, yeah, right. I'm going home.
It's like,
I already am. That was fast.
that's when games go, no, I have a phone.
I still waste a lot of time on TV shows, mostly for a laugh, and god, some of the terminology drives me nuts. I don't understand what the difference is between a demonic spider or a goddamn bat.
Oh god, I hate because I browsed it as a teenager, and I think a demonic spider is like a goddamn bat is just an enemy that's annoying. A demonic spider is one that's actually dangerous and annoying. I hate that I remember this fucking shit. This asinine
So what you're
crap.
saying is that you could condense your... Oh, they've made the maps look a little bit more...
Yeah, and also you can pick levels ahead and it will just auto-route, so you don't have to...
Oh, that is interesting.
Yeah. I wonder what the
So if you
data
wanted to
is.
play like 5 levels one after another, you could just like...
Yeah.
Oh, so it's almost... Oh, that's a really good idea. Of
Yeah,
just like
it's just one of those
sequencing it.
cute little, like, oh, you don't want to break your momentum, you just want to go? Fucking go.
Yeah, no, like you could imagine somebody just being like, just scrolling all the way to the end and being like, oh fuck it, let the fates decide, like...
Also, yeah, now that we've hit a new zone, this is going to be a lot slower. Whoa. I'm not going to be hitting the perfects quite as perfectly.
Like, I know saying that this is like a full release is, well, this is like a full proper big game from Landfall.
I was asking at the start before many people had turned up, but I am wondering if this is their first, you know,
proper...
Yeah,
which is funny because obviously,
proper,
like...
but I mean, like, in terms of art style production value, it's a jump.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like, I don't want it to. What I'm saying, I don't want it to come off like snobbish, like, oh, they've, because obviously they do make like paid games that are like polished and quality.
They've all felt
like,
very Unity stock with the character models and the.
No, and they kind of lean. Like, I always think of them very kind of like not workman-like, but like the stuff that they make on PC is very. There's a certain kind of like. There's a lack of polish to it, which is kind of what the appeal is. But I would say that, like, Cluster Truck and Totally Accurate Battle Simulator are, you know, play those on PlayStation style games. But even they have like the user interface design of them is very stock Unity in a way that, yeah, you say with this.
Oh no! What the?
Oh no,
fuck?
you fucked up.
I fucked this.
But yeah, like, I mean, they're very
Challenge failed. Challenge lost.
Landfall games are very like just very
that was kind of
simplistic.
my fault. You can stand still and like pick where you're going. The challenge isn't just go. That's my fault for being like trigger happy as fuck. Like, let's just fucking move.
Let's just move, motherfucker.
Just noticing this music is making me sound like I'm being chased by a malevolent circus.
Well, yeah, it is. No, Flight of the Bumblebee. No, it is
Yeah.
Flight of the Bumblebee.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh yeah, no, I knew that this song was in the game because I hope nobody from Landfall is listening to this, but when I did my Next Fest video, I used a Unity unpacker to just like I didn't want to go scouring for like the background music in this game, so I was like, I'll just pull out the Unity file. And yeah, there was a lot of Unity music. There was a lot of music in there that it wasn't in the demo, and I was like, I wonder where that'll appear.
I did a Wii test with Unity Cinematic Explorer, not to extract, but I found out annoyingly that the main character is. I don't know because I don't know much about game dev, but when I used it for a trailer recently, I could make the camera like rotate. I could change the camera, lock the rotation. I couldn't with her, and I wonder if that's because she's like, I don't know, a capsule or something instead of an object.
Yeah, or maybe even because this is very
Haste
this
is
is
out.
very camera focused. Maybe it's like she's not really. I don't even know what I'm particularly explaining, but
We're all taking guesses, but gain one for
yeah,
3
we're
levels.
all
100%
grabbing in the
edge.
dark. But what was I gonna? So yeah, no. But like this feels like not like their first real game because, like I said, they have made real games before. But this is like
We're trying to pick.
feels
our
like a
words.
genuine step up in what
Oh,
they've
fuck.
done previously. Oh
Those do damage you, it turns out.
yeah.
But yeah, this has some new music. Oh, fucking hell, I'm dying. I am dying on my ass here.
I even can't remember why I brought up the point that this feels like the first proper game.
I mean, I kind of brought up at
guess.
the start. It's a departure just in terms of
Yeah, the
going in
stuff that they
circles.
usually
Yeah.
make, which I think is interesting.
The stuff they usually make feels very like core gimmick. Let's just go. Whereas this feels like a much more
Yeah, like it's
fleshed out
very indicative of.
version.
Well, again, this came out on April Fool's Day, where usually they'll do like yeah, we kind of, you know, we played around with an idea over like the course of 3 weeks, and now you get to play with it. Like content warning was very much like, you know, a lot of video plugins, a lot of kind of like sound propagation stuff they wanted to play with in Unity. Nightfall was kind of like an experiment of their sort of like open world streaming tech that they used for tab gear to try and do something different. But then, yeah, like this is. Oh yeah, so sorry. The point I was going to make is that like, is this like the first big like 3D game with like a roguelike structure in it for sale?
Probably not. But
No,
wait,
like, I'm
say
trying to
again. Like lay out that genre again, like 3D, like platforming roguelike.
So when I say roguelike, because obviously like Hades exists, Spelunky, like that genre has existed for a million years, but it's very much in the realm of like flat 2D, hand-drawn or sprites and stuff like that. Whereas there's not really oh, actually, no, I'm wrong.
Risk of
Returnal.
Rain? Oh,
Sorry, yeah,
yeah,
Risk of
Return.
Rain, yeah.
Yeah, Risk of Rain 2
Hand
is
of
like-
Fate is more broader
Yeah.
than platformer, but yeah, 3D roguelites. There has been a few. I could definitely
Yeah.
fucking pull up a few if I check my Steam library. But
I was thinking more in the realm of like, because this is their neat, like this is AA, but like you could see, like at certain angles, this is probably like that. This is the biggest project they've ever done. But then I remembered, oh yeah, Returnal is technically a roguelike. So
that was when, yeah, that was a very big AAA one.
the fact that game exists, I still find so shocking. Of like guys who made like Geometry War style, you know, flat arcadey 2D games, and then Sony just being like, hey, do you want third-person Sony action adventure game money? And they're like, yeah, alright, that'd be fun.
We tried it with No Man's Sky. We're gonna try it with you now.
And even funnier than that, they've now done that again with Q Games, who do all the pixel junk games, but they're using the money to do that fucking weird experimental third-person shooter where it's like, no, you don't actually kill stuff with a gun, you create stuff, and it's all point cloud based. It's like, that looks like shit.
You know, was it Japan Studio or Tokyo Studio did come out and just say, look, the reason we got shuttered was Sony just doesn't want AA. They're only
Oh
interested
yeah,
in-
Japan Studios said, yeah, they said it's not a culture thing, it was the budgets that we were working in, like they couldn't like justify what we were doing.
Painful. Ah, yeah, this is an interesting item, Painful Coil. I talked about this earlier. Gained 0.3 boost per missing health. So one run I did, I got this, and then I just kept buying items that just boosted my max health and losing it, and you just get
Oh, it's so
insanely
interesting.
fast.
So kind of like a glass cannon run
Yeah.
sort of thing.
Probably won't pull that off on these harder levels. On perfect performance-based health insurance. On perfect landings, restore health. We got items to recover health now. Let's get that so that when we don't have health, we get something.
I was
out
going
of
to
it.
say, Northern Lion's on his vacation. Oh, he's on another vacation at the moment, so you got to fill in as the roguelike guy.
I don't think I can do that. I don't think that falls to me.
Holy cow!
I would like a librarian. I joke. I don't.
That's
think I
true.
would,
Yeah.
but be handy.
What the TehStreamerer librarian?
It would be. They have a lot less interesting stuff to work with.
I wouldn't sell yourself short.
Oh.
The real question, though, would be who would be the breakout Ghibli style character? Me,
Swede.
Tujo, or Swede? Wow.
Swede's already that. He's the popular one. We've decided as the bit.
Wow. I don't think I was.
Are you
I don't
offended?
think I was
It was
present for that vote.
You didn't have to be.
No, I guess. There isn't a space anymore in the mainstream game market for like AA and definitely not single A anymore. There hasn't been for years, to be quite honest. Frankly, I do think that's a shame, but indie market does make up for that. I mean, I think it's definitely a lot more diffuse than I think because I think when people think of AA and AAA, it's like end of the GameCube era, right at the beginning of the 360 era, where it was like, oh, anything THQ makes is AA, anything that Microsoft makes is AAA.
I mean,
anything single A is like 4A or the people who make EDF or stuff like that. Whereas
I have a take though, because stuff
sure.
like that exists, but if you walk into a CEX, I will argue if you look at the games that are still coming out on like Xbox, what is the new Xbox? It doesn't matter. On the PS5 and the Switch, the middleware market still exists. But it's no longer interesting, weird experiments or just crazy stuff. And I mean, there was a lot of that crap in the PS2 days, but nowadays it's all imitation AAA instead. It's just it doesn't have the same verve or imagination.
I'm not gonna deflate your point, but I'm gonna add something to it. But just of what you said of what you used to have, like a lot of I think of the AAA and AA. Not nostalgia, but kind of the fondness for it.
Well, no,
we are looking back and filtering out the stuff that
I agree with
we kind of remembered.
I agree. There was a lot. That's why I said there was. I said it in the wrong order, but there was a lot of imitation AAA garbage during.
Sure. Era. But what I would say now is that I think in about 5 or 10 years' time, we'll have that fondness for like now for like. Because I was going to say, because you mentioned CEX, but like if you're looking for like AA or single A stuff, like. A lot of it's on Game Pass. A lot of it's on like PSN.
I was also gonna say like
Haste. Hills of Gold
is
also
selling.
Hills of Gold also says a good point because you see it whenever a game isn't like the most polished.
Oh god, that's what. Yeah, like
Single
just
Fortnite
games. Completely destroyed like people's brains for how stuff should be priced. Absolutely.
I do. Yeah, I mean we're big. I think all of us have a weird. Like mixed relationship with nostalgia where we do have some love for nostalgia, but also we're aware that a lot of it is just willful bias.
I've always said that nostalgia is upstream from fascism, but
I don't know. I think that seems like a very pithy, willfully cynical point. Like it can be nostalgia can be played on for that.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
But nostalgia is just
it can also
human
just be
emotion.
a nice, indulgent memory. You don't have to immediately
attach. Oh no,
absolutely.
But I would also say, not to put words in my mouth, but like. I would separate those two things. Nostalgia to me has a very kind of specific definition. Sweet, make your point.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. No, wait, I kind of forgot. Yeah, we moved on from there.
Okay.
I was just gonna say that Haste is on this top seller. Like I think that.
Hell yeah.
Like yes, like it's on top seller on Steam right now. Like
well, that's
you
great.
know, saying
like
that there's no.
I think like Landfall are like kind of not like Steam darlings, but they are like they very much cut their teeth on stuff on Steam. Like. If you use Steam a lot, then you would know who they are because of like Tabgear or Tabs or Stick Fight and the like. Whereas,
also,
say, if this was like kind of a console, if this was gonna like the PlayStation and the Xbox and stuff, like, I'd be interested to see how well it does.
Oh, also, James, you talked about how Fortnite has fucked people's brains.
Yeah.
About the pricing.
I think you can miss the goal warp.
I'll make the argument it's actually Steam and it's like PC game sales that has fucked people's brain.
Steam probably.
I think that
maybe
I
set us on the road for ruin, but
like,
because I think like early access certainly had like a very weird effect on.
I mean, but also the abundance
of
of Steam sales did change the perception of a game's like.
Oh,
10%.
Yeah.
Like how often do people like? There's like if it's not like a AAA like multiplayer game that you have to have on launch day, people can go, I'll wait for the sale.
Yeah, you see that refrain so much. Like you do see people sometimes go over a game, they see it and they go, can't wait to buy this for $5 in a sale, and it's like,
I mean,
if I was a dev, I would feel fucking deflated. Even though I do that, I don't say it, but I'm like, yeah.
I mean, fucking, like we had that recently with the new Need for Speed game was like for sale during the Easter sale for like £1, and people were just like, wow, this game is like incredible for £1, and it's like, well, it was really good when it was released, but it was like 50 quid.
I think you and Northern Lion are two people on this planet who are like beating the drum for that Marvel game from the XCOM devs.
Oh yeah, bloody No Man. I was about to call it No Man's. Fucking Midnight Suns. Yeah, really good game. But I can also, the price that it released at made it a bit too. Again, like in my head, like people say about like AA and AAA, but it's like even though it's a vibe, it's more specifically, these were games that I liked at the time, and like one of them was the Marvel Ultimate Alliance games, which
I am getting away.
I'm sure if you talk to an Activision person, they would say, no, those weren't cheap AA's, those were really expensive AAA games we were making. But
no,
those. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I'm just thinking. I think they've slowed down. Oh fuck! I think I'm about to find out. Yep, I was gonna say they've slowed down the thing on this, but there it is. They've slowed down the creeping thing behind you. Sorry, I was just like, sometimes.
Yeah, no, all I was going to say was that that Midnight Suns, like I described it as having like a blockbuster GameCube game sort of feel of like the EA Harry Potter games, or again like the X-Men Legends games, where it's just like really solid, nothing exceptional, nothing like, oh, I have to buy a console for this, but just like, really good. But I think the problem is that when you say it's not exceptional, people go, well, I'm not going to spend 40 quid on release on it.
Yeah, but exactly. It was a funny bit though, because he kind of mentioned people coming and going, oh my god, like, why didn't people fuck with this? And it's like, you were all there, you all saw it.
Yeah. I think of that all the time with Sleeping Dogs, where that game was always on. That game you could buy for like 50 pence in Steam sales, and people were like, "How is like this game where it's like polished GTA, polished Arkham Combat? Has the jumping from cars mechanic from Pursuit Force? It has like all these great elements in it. How can you sell this for 50p?" And it's like, okay, well then. How much do you think it's worth? And then it's the awkward thing of like, well, you don't want to say £5 because that feels too little. You don't want to say £10 because that feels too little. Yeah, 20 quid, probably in the right zone. But like anything more than that, people would go, nah, I don't really want. Even if it was as good as you described, I feel like that's too much.
And funny thing is that game had boosts on Steam when it released because they had TF2 items.
That is true. Yeah. All the Square stuff did, funny enough. Deacon Theed. It's a side point, but my own relationship with nostalgia is funny. There's a lot of older, obscure, or both games I got into as an adult and love for what they are. From my experience with someone who may have grown up with them, I can see how their mind plasters over the cracks. I mean, your brain's always editing in real time. You remember even like a really bad experience is always going to kind of stick with you, but you remember the high gate and you kind of filter out the low noise,
Well, and the funny thing is, like, I've caught myself in this a few times now where I think, man, this isn't hitting like I'd think a game would. But then I remember all those feelings about games are kind of like, I don't even know how to approach this. They're made ages after the fact, so in 5 years I will be nostalgic about this. You just can't tap into it. You can't tap into it right now. That's just all you can't do. Boost ring.
Like, nostalgia is just a thing that's perfectly natural. It's like
nostalgia ain't what it used to be. Is the joke?
It's more just
I made that joke to someone the other day, and they didn't get
that joke before.
It's more like just a lot of companies just know how to exploit it now. I mean, I should know. I'm literally like, literally most
this
of fucking
a cool boss.
Literally most figures ever made nowadays is literally just trying to pander to nostalgia.
Can I get on top of this guy? Hell yeah.
That's the gun. Now, Snake, got a question. Everyone, I'm not going to ask the boring question of, is this the best Sonic game you ever played? Instead, I'm going to go for the counter move of, is this the best Armored Core game you've ever played?
I've not played an Armored Core game, so I could say this is the best and worst.
Yeah, this is literally the best Armored Core game I've ever played.
Yeah. Also, I'm gonna BRB. I'm
oh.
gonna actually just go. I'm gonna go
no
eat
bros.
something, so I'm gonna leave the call.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, good. I don't need to actually hit it.
Yes, so you don't know when I
that's
went away.
Okay.
Just noticed she's got glowing boots.
Oh, that's when you have boosts. So that's like
Yeah.
your max speed is increased. One thing I've not been able to point out as well, we were talking about the soundtrack earlier on and how it's pretty cool, and holy shit, this boss's fucking guns are going crazy now.
Yeah, welcome to Cluster Truck.
Yeah.
Again, like, it's cute because it's like, you know, this is their first... Well, I don't want to say it's their first big budget game because I'm sure a lot of the games have a big budget, but it's like...
They've
This feels like a step up.
They've put all of their gameplay elements into
No, but I was gonna say, but
production
isn't like
the
from
chaos.
because I know you play a lot of Landfall games. This is like Landfall's identity.
It has the spirit, it has the moon, but it
Yeah.
just feels a lot more polished up.
Yeah,
I can't say, but I do know this is the best Jazz Jackrabbit game.
that's I know that's true. Hell yeah, brother.
Void
When I think of
Compressor.
nostalgia, I think of freeware games. Either they died out development was slow as molasses, or I just got to win money to actually buy my games. I guess. I mean, if they're still out there, a lot of them's on. I mean, Newground still exists. If anything, that's kind of transformed more into a it's kind of itch.io now, but for HTML5 games. So.
Okay, so if you pick Keep Running, this is what I wanted out of the demo, which I can understand why they didn't give it in the demo, because you can only get a taste, but you hit Keep Running, it just turns, I presume, into an endless fucking runner.
Hell yeah.
So if you get a good build and you're like, I just want to play with this build for a bit longer, there you go. To your heart's content.
I wonder if they'll give you any bonuses for doing the. Well, actually, I suppose the bonus is the fun of being able to do it. But...
Yeah, just being able to indulge in speed. Ooh. That is oh fuck. I was about to make the point until I hit it. Then I'll still make it. Is the thing I enjoy most in these games. It's not so much the speed; it's the running past things at a very high speed.
Yeah.
You can't just run across an open plain. Then, if you shrink the world and slow yourself down, then it's exactly the same thing. Speed is about what you're shooting past.
That's true.
Oh, fuck.
I like Oh, nice. It doesn't even.
It's just like, hey,
goes.
just fucking run forever.
Yeah, just go again. I like games with quick movement in it, but not where it. But I mean, I like driving game stuff, but it's always like I like to see what the effect of speed is just on an environment where it's like this as a good example of it because you use it to launch yourself using the the peaks and valleys essentially. Yeah. And again, it's funny because that's something that came out of them, because we played Tab Gear and you get launched out of the battle bus and the flying movement is essentially the basis of this.
I mean, it's like the death minigame is dodge obstacles to get back in the game. Dodge more obstacles, then, hey, you get
shot out of a cannon at high speed, and then have to fly. Yeah, you're flying through the eye of the needle, and that's.
I did not do that.
It
right.
feels like that's where this game started. There needs to be context for the speed, and that the speed can exist to the world very pretentious, to word it in a very pretentious manner. Yeah, no, I'd say that. It's
you need that speed to feel motivated. Maybe actually, I enjoyed Race the Sun. There's not much context to that, and that's fun.
No, true. That is, and
fuck,
sometimes
I'm
it is
too
just
light.
fun to just go at max speed and just see the world
But I do agree that it is enhanced by context.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of a decent idea. I mean, the thing I think is always funny is that no one's ever made a game based on the Flash, and I think that's probably the biggest issue is that that's just a guy who's being fast is his kind of thing, but then it very rare how do you kind of make that entertaining as
Fuck you, game! Holy shit!
Wow.
Did you see
They
that
just
shit?
hit a cactus. Yeah, they did. They hit a cactus in there.
Oh fuck. Okay, that does not boost you in a direction. That just enhances the direction you're going.
Yeah, no, it just adds more.
Yeah.
adds vector lines to the direction where you're moving.
That's the fun of proc gen. Sometimes
Hell
you
yeah,
can
love
just
that.
get fucked.
Oh, sure. In this case, I meant like the more the context of where you're running through. It's clearly a place, as you said, there's stuff to run past.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean that's why like speeding in GTA is fun because it's like something you don't get to do in real life.
And I kind of brought it up on the in the Spark video, but my favorite level in Spark 3 was the airport because it's such a contextualized space, and it's like, oh, speeding through an airport. This is a fun scenario because I can understand this. A nonsense environment is less fun to speed through because you don't. It gives it less of an impression of speed if there's no substance to the place.
And again, like that's a funny example of like why would there be an airport in Spark World,
Oh, the formies still needed to get into.
Well, that's true. I guess the formies are transporting, going on holiday, all that sort of stuff. Like, we can't kind of like started to tease that, but now they've done it to such a point where it's just like, yeah, no, this is all infrastructure of the Mushroom Kingdom that occasionally you can just drive around, and then it just raises the question of like, okay, so like, why do the Toads need like a complete like subway system? Like, what?
Fucking hell!
What did they do? What did they do all day?
Don't worry about it. You're gonna don't become like Zelda fans and ask for an official timeline. You'll realize how much you don't want one very fast.
No, but what if they did an official Mario timeline? Just the official Mario timeline.
Am I in the right place? What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, it's the Lava House.
That was crazy. What the fuck? I feel like I just shot through a different fucking world for a minute there. Oh, ow, ow. I think I've taken...
I like the sort of windmill things you go... Like, it makes me imagine, like, a version of this game where it's just, like, evil mini-golf.
Oh, that'd be a good theme. That'd be a good DLC. Like...
I mean, okay, this is kind of, like, this is kind of, like, super golfy in regards to, like, kitting yourself out of the sand pits and stuff like that.
This run is probably coming to an end soon. The Toads have got to go to work in the Yeah, like, that monarchy has to have something going on.
Well, yeah, I guess there are gold coins in Mario, so you do need like a kind of a Mushroom Kingdom index, which is like, buying and selling various goods against the gold coin value. They're trading gold coin against purple coins. Purple coins at the moment are kind of worth like 10 gold coins, so they're up to that value. Like,
I wonder if New Donk City has imposed tariffs on the Mushroom Kingdom.
I mean, that's a good question. Well, no, because I think Mayor Pauline is still, she's the mayor of New Donk City, and I believe she has relatively left to liberal-leaning politics.
Oh,
so.
I see. Has anyone
but
done,
if they voted in a businessman like Wario to be the mayor of New Donk City, now that's a different question.
Is Wario the kingpin of the Mario universe?
I mean, Wario is he was a villain turned treasure hunter turned the greatest treasure hunter of all business owners. So, I also, if you asked Miyamoto to come up with a comprehensive Mario timeline, he'd have a conniption like the mere idea of Mario having anything resembling continuity makes him male.
Yeah,
I'm sure if you asked him, he would say it's one after the other, and it's like, I mean, that is the cleanest timeline. What about remakes? That's just retelling the same story. And it's okay.
On the Japanese Sonic website, they did unveil an official Sonic timeline recently. And
is it?
It's kind of boring. It's just kind of...
Yeah, I was going to say, is it 1, 2, 3 and Knuckles... 1, 2, CD, 3 and Knuckles, Mania...
I don't actually know if CD is before or after 2. I can't... But the only thing that really stuck in my mind about it was they remembered that Sonic Shuffle existed and just wrote about it as if like that's an event that mattered. And I'm like, what?
Well, I'm sure if we played Sonic Shuffle one day that it would have a plot in it. Where
it does.
It would be like,
it has a story mode. With...
Well, yeah, but I mean, the Mario Party game... Well, actually, no, the old ones used to have story modes in them. But like... Story as in it gives context to what you're doing, or story as in no, this is important to the Sonic canon. Like,
I mean, each game's kind of self-contained, isn't it?
I guess so.
You get summoned by some. The last time I played this game, I was
Free Knuckles makes reference to Sonic CD, right?
I don't think it does.
Does it not play on the fact that you have interacted with Metal Sonic before?
No. Because Metal Sonic isn't in that. James, come on, they're totally different Metal
Oh,
Sonics.
sorry. Is that Robot? Is that Robo
That's
Sonic?
Mecha Sonic, which is really...
Oh, sorry, Oh, you can see how I could be confused between Metal Sonic and Mecha Sonic.
And there's also 1 and 2, I think, has a different designation now. I don't know. Even as a... Look, when it comes to Sonic, I'm more of a, adventure onwards kind of guy when it comes to...
And I guess unfortunately, the only ones that do actually make references are the ones that were written by the Happy Tree Friends guys that no one likes.
Oh, and, they've been overwritten now.
Well, no, Ian Flynn said dead in a ditch, and everyone applauded.
And then when, actually, we hate you now.
Yeah, actually, we hate you now.
That's kind of how it seems, It's
that is, it's the poison chalice.
Yeah. Sonic Mecha Death Christ.
Oh yeah.
Oh, this is good.
That's why they should hire Doug Walker to write the Sonic franchise. I mean, he doesn't strike me as anyone like he has like a particularly interesting opinion about the Sonic games, but
he made a video comparing adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog and Sonic Sat AM years ago.
Oh, we talked about that on movies we like, funnily enough.
We did we? Of course we did.
Yeah, I don't know if we spoke about that video exactly, but we did speak about it in the wider context of how people were like, the cartoon show, that's stupid.
Exactly that, yeah. There was like the whole thing of Doug being like, well, this Sat AM cartoon is cool and really high effort. Meanwhile, Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog is stupid and made by like a high frat boy. And that convinced teenage me, Sat AM must be good, but but if you watch Sat AM after you turn 10, if that's when you start it, you will have actually, maybe 12. You have to watch that before you're 12 and you think, yeah, this is sick. This is my first adultish media. You watch that when you're 13 and up and you go, this is lame as fuck. Even as
it's a shame that Swee's not here, but maybe I'll relitigate when he comes back. But I was thinking of this earlier because somebody reminded me about... And this would be completely out of your wheelhouse, so I'll just say of... So, in the late 2000s where basically... like Dragon Ball Z had changed like American television and kids were like, oh my god, can like American cartoons be like this? And so everybody was trying to do a bit of catch up of like, shit, how do we kind of get that action stuff into this? But also, how do we do it around recognizable IPs that like, people like? They did a cartoon called like Lunatics Unleashed, which the idea was, okay, what if it was Bugs Bunny and the gang? Those funny guys that hit each other with like a big hammer, or like, they walk off a cliff and then pick up a sign that says "uh-oh." But what if they were cool action guys that fought crime in cybernetic suits?
I think I've seen that mentioned. Sorry, but I'm just like gatekeeping Sat AM. Yeesh. I'm not gatekeeping Sat AM. I'm saying I was gatekept by Sat AM by being too old to watch that when I watched that. By
You
going
got,
at
you
it
got
when I
age
was like,
cooked by Sat AM, but by yourself, I guess.
I saw a DVD box set as a teenager, and I thought, you know what? I never saw this, but Sonic fans online have been hyping this up. So I bought it with some embarrassment because I was a teenager, and you buy a kid show as a teenager, and I think you should feel some embarrassment. It's character building. God, I am.
Speaking of character building, it's YouTube's Chariot Rider.
Hello. Oh, we're on Parsec, by the boy.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
hop on.
I think I had to install Parsec on the new
somebody else had to install Parsec for this stream as well.
I can't look into your brain and say how old you feel. I'm just saying I'm saying I watched it and I thought I'm too old for this.
No, so that was the thing I was going to say about Lunatics, which is that it's like I watched clips and it's like, well, yeah, but obviously this wasn't made for, like this. Maybe at one time I would have thought this is okay, but like at my age now I'm like yeah, whatever this is. But it's like it's not bad. It is just like completely baffling because it is like okay. So you like Bugs Bunny, right? You like it when he sneaks up on Elmer Fudd and like pulls his wedgie up, like yeah, I do. And it's like okay, would you like to see that guy fight crime in an urban environment? And it's like, I mean, is he funny while he does it? Sometimes
you get a guffaw.
Yeah, sometimes he'll crack a joke, and it's like yeah, but like in a Looney Tunes stuff.
Sorry. These maps really fucked me up. These obstacles. These I
yeah,
really
what the
struggled with.
moving, the flame pillars.
Oh no,
yeah.
it's not about the moving. It's about the short clearance area you have to.
Oh yeah.
Like you have to you have to hit that hard and then exit hard. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, but no, that was like I said, it's just such an interesting, like, a period of time of just like where, like, I think things are like, people say things are bad now with like, oh, it's Marvelification and stuff. We have kind of moved away from that, but I would say that this is the peak of like IP brain drain of just like, it just needs to be something recognizable, but it also needs to be like, was Poochie in it? It's like, you know, can we give Bugs Bunny like a ragga style and a devil may care attitude? And it's like, I mean, you can, but
If you want.
if you think that would make some money, I guess.
5 levels energy gain rate. Yes, please.
But yeah, the only reason I was thinking about it was that YouTube Roulette had served up a clip of it, and I was like, "What the hell is this?" And then I discovered an entire channel that was like dedicated to it, and then multiple channels dedicated to it. It's like, wow.
Wow, where do you go?
You really can't find fans of anything. Oh, Swede, you're back. Swede, tell us about Lunatics Unleashed.
Oh, you mean the fucking early 2000s show where Warner Brothers is like, anime is big, superhero cartoons are big. Let's try that with the Looney Tunes.
Yes, exactly that.
I've never sat down watching it. The only thing I know from
I
it.
saw a couple of clips earlier, and it was shocking because it was full of like a lot of voice actors, like Kevin Michael Richardson's in it, who's.
Oh yeah.
Snake, you would probably. Well, I wouldn't say know him best for this, but
Oh no!
Oh no! You got put in the rainbow bubble.
Those obstacles are absolute bastards. Their range is a bit tricky, and yeah, they slow you down, which is bad.
Oh.
Oh, get away!
Oof.
Snake, were you ever much of a Family Guy?
I have one season on like DVD. I was like, I'll give this a go.
Yeah, I feel like
wasn't into it. It wasn't. Oh no!
I feel like everyone our age was like, yeah, no, you have to get the DVDs because they're never bringing it back. Like, you either get like season 4 or you get like the Stewie Griffin story, which was like 3 episodes on like one DVD.
I don't know if mine is Snake's Ace or that. We weren't in college when that was airing, right?
Whenever was I?
I mean,
I'm
it's been
of
airing
the age
for a long
of like
time.
the Family Guy funny moments.
Your Zoomer age where you've got
your
an
experience with Family Guy is bite-sized Family Guy.
Yeah, you experienced Family Guy in an entirely different, even more ironic context. It's bizarre.
Do you think like they'd
Also,
interview?
I'm ready
like...
to sign in through Parsec.
Okay,
excellent.
try.
Do you think they'll interview like
Seth
Seth MacFarlane one day, and you'll be like, "That's actually how I intended like Family Guy to be experienced."
Oh,
like
fuck.
when I pitched it to Cartoon
probably
Network, and then I pitched it to Fox, they said, "No, this has to be more of a standard sitcom format." Whereas his vision was just purely skits, like disconnected, like funny moments, essentially.
That is what kind of modern Family Guy kind of is nowadays. Feels like. No, actually, I think they.
I was too busy watching Futurama over and over again. Deacon Feed says in chat, I was too busy having an American Dad phase, and I'm just going, wait, yeah, that was me. It was just Futurama and Simpsons instead for my whole teenage years.
Yeah. Well, all I was going to say was, they did a spin-off of Family Guy called The Cleveland Show, and Cleveland Jr. in that was voiced by Kevin Michael Richardson. Swede knows him better, though, for voicing the Joker in The Batman, so... Batman. Not Batman, The Batman.
The Batman.
The Batman.
So
not to be
that
confused
kind of
by Rob Pattinson.
delegitimizes every other show, because that's The Batman.
You know what? That's why it's so good. It fucking baller move.
Then they reused.
It's confident, and we like that in a
For
show.
the Parasite movie.
What was that, Swede?
They reused the Batman, the title for the.
Why am I trying to go through this? Oh,
that's true. Yeah.
well, I landed one, then not the next.
Which
means that when the Joker turns up in that, he's gonna have white guy dreads and be voiced by a black guy, which would be cool.
The Joker is actually a black guy.
Which is funny because they have got the Joker in there, and he's played by the Irish actor Barry Keoghan from Saltburn and the Banshees of Inisherin. So it'll be good hearing him do like a Jamaican accent with green dreads.
So James, did you recently discover Lunatics Unleashed?
Yeah, no, I did. I got served it in a YouTube roulette of clips from Lunatics, and I was like, "What the hell is this?"
I'm still really happy about my recommended roulette where it's a guy streaming Zelda 2, but because he's some kind of guy, he's fucking titled it Zelda no Boken. Like, it's Zelda, man. You don't have to hit this one with the Japanese. Like, what's the most obnoxious game to be like, I'm gonna only refer to this in its fucking
by its Japanese title, like Chrono Trigger or like
like what's
I was gonna say originally Yakuza, like.
There's gotta be a fan out there who's like, I'm not calling it Yakuza, it's Ryuga Gotoku.
Yeah,
it's
almost like
probably,
I was thinking more like there was some guy going like, I call it like a dragon because that's what they call it Japanese, and then they make the sequel like a dragon. And
that guy blew his load that day. That guy was like, I win. That
guy went into his garage and ran the engine because he was like, I no longer have anything like defining my personality.
Yeah, he's gotten everything he ever wanted.
I was about to call him Big Mac, but that's not his name. Fucking Movie Bob thing of when he was like, when everyone became a Marvel fan, I had nothing left. And it's like,
I remember
Jesus
I remember that video.
Someone going Sonicu.
No, it was even worse, James. It was when Scream came out, and it's like, when everyone became aware of tropes and pointed them out, I wasn't special anymore.
Oh, Jesus.
Well,
I'm just laughing at myself that I called Movie Bob Big Mac. Now that would be a good. That should be his name.
We gotta send it to him. Send him a message.
You know how you can change your name by default? Can you change somebody else's name by default?
Okay, but James,
if I ever have my way, if I'm ever in charge in government, I will implement that for a certain amount of money, you can change someone else's name. It's gonna cost a bit.
Now, how much money would you like set the value at? Like,
I think it has to be like 25% of that person's net worth. Does that sound
okay.
Fair? So it's variable.
Wait, but then it's like easier to like just like change like the name of like homeless people.
It is working against the poor, isn't it? Maybe it has to be said.
Oh, Snake, you're doing great. You're doing good government.
You're doing good government.
That's what my advisors would be telling me when I'm like, "Will this hurt the poor?" And he's like, "This is
I think that's what they tell Kier when he turns up for work every day. You're doing good government, sir.
You're doing good." But yeah, James. So Lunatics Unleashed. The one thing I know, did you get to the?
Oh, why not make it free to fall more than changing your own name? I mean, that was my first thought, but I think there has to be a circus act element to this. Like with a lot of politics.
Well, as in
what if it's
like a lion jumping through a ring of fire?
Thing?
What do you mean?
Like it has to just sound insane.
What the name that you're being changed
What the hell's going? What the? Hang on.
Oh, it's black and white.
Well, you like skipped over that like one level.
No. If you pick two in a row, it just sends you through them in sequence.
Oh, okay.
That's
pretty
interesting,
cool,
isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, speaking of which, we have the Roguelike Enjoyer on call, so we might be able to get your opinions on this game, which is a roguelike. So
yeah, well, and like I have played it as well.
Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot we were playing it when it was Steam Next Fest a month ago.
Oh fuck.
And it's pretty solid. You know, I like the movement system, though. Like structurally, like as a roguelike, it feels like, you know, very standard.
It's very simplistic.
It's like you slay the spire, and have like the slay the spire structure, and you know, you finish levels, and you can go to a shop where you can buy 1 to 3 items.
Caplag R in chat says the rogueliker.
That's what we call it.
Yeah. Now is this like the full release? Is the game like entirely out?
Yep, their April Fool's announcement was the game is out, which is a good announcement.
Yeah.
Not the funniest joke, but it is a good announcement.
It's a good joke. Now, after,
what is like the best April Fool's joke so far, though?
This year or all years?
Let's start with this year.
God, I don't want to bring up
really,
the Billy Mitchell lawsuit.
That was pretty.
Oh yeah,
funny,
well, Carl Yost getting sent to baby
I
jail.
did see someone post a clip of him talking like Billy have lost all his cases. Would I be the one to lose it against him? I don't think so.
What the hell is the razor skivity? Oh my god.
Except he said it in an Australian accent, and I don't know what the fuck Australian accents are.
So I found out the other day that he was an editor for Mr. Beast, only to then find out that, like, everyone's been an editor for Mr. Beast. That just seems to be like,
That's considering.
Yeah, no. Actually, like I just got finished editing.
are you editing the new Mr. Beast?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
that's actually really good for your profile and your resume, editing for Mr. Beast.
Chariot,
Yeah,
can you,
no,
Chariot,
I was,
can
like,
you get me on
looking for
season 2
work.
of Beast Games? Can you put a word in?
Yeah, no. He's got some pretty big stuff planned.
The problem is, Snake, is that if you were on Beast Game Season 2, none of us would have any fucking idea, because in the edit, you would just not be there. And not as in you were rude and they got rid of you in the editing. No, just like no one comes through in the editing of Beast Games apart from him.
Yeah. No, actually, like,
I'll be the first
from
one.
The
I'll
UN
make
to be
a
able to
scene.
film.
I'll do something extraordinary on set.
Jimmy's just like, if anyone would like to say anything right now, and you just like N-word 10 decibels. Just a really loud bleep on Amazon Prime, and then they like whisk you away.
What a reality show strategy. If something embarrassing is going on, just start screaming the N-word so they have to cut all of it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
what if you wanted to sneak a message in the Big Brother house, so you write it on your top lip and your bottom lip, and then you just keep saying the N-word so they have to cover your mouth with the black bar? Yo.
Of all the things to say, yeah, it's not a good bit. But I am.
Oh, it's always a great bit.
I'm sure Wooly would approve if he knew us.
No, this is what it's like being an ironist. You know, is that people go, "Oh, you can't say the N." I'm not saying the N-word. I'm making a joke about somebody saying
about
the
absurdity.
N-word. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, like, you cancel culture. You know, it's really stopping you from making jokes about.
Yeah, I don't want to actually say the word because it's massively offensive.
I just want to present ironic scenarios where it would be really amusing to have done so.
You get it.
Yeah, I get it.
That's why I'm the new host of content.
That's why I'm writing the next season of the Chappelle Show.
Oh hell yeah! Oh, they're bringing it back.
Yeah, because of me and my hilarious scenarios in which that could be said.
Now, Dave, I know the tea issue for you is pretty tricky, but I got some fun ideas written down.
It involves a word.
A certain word. A word that made you so mad you kind of canned this in the first place. Actually, there was a lot of reasons he canned it in the first place, and that's not...
Well, yeah, wasn't also one of the reasons was just like I ran out of jokes?
I don't know, I'd heard from... Well, you know, he was the one saying it, but wasn't it just like... The intent of the show was not heard under people. Like, all the stereotypes he presented to make fun of.
Oh, right, yeah, no, it was one of those,
you
know, it's the Borat thing of like, no, the joke isn't that he's a moron, it's how people react to him. It's like, I love this movie because it's about a foreign moron. It's like, no, you didn't get my intent.
I looked away with my ears for a moment, but what I was describing was a real thing that happened on Armor Streams. What, someone just screaming the N-word to, like, escape.
Saying the N-word in sequence so that they were sending a coded message is like what do they call it?
Morse code.
Morse code, yeah.
Yeah.
That's such a stupid idea.
There we go. That's one of my Chappelle Show skits that's going to be misunderstood as like it's brilliant satire somehow, but you don't understand what I'm saying.
The thing with public, the thing with NWA is that, you know, we couldn't. They wanted to get their message out on MTV, but they didn't like that, so they censored them. So they used the censoring against them by putting coded message as Morse code. So whenever they were bleeped for saying the N-word, The people who really knew were getting the message.
The problem is with NWA is when white people talk about them, they have to say NWWA.
That's true, yeah. Imagine Jonathan Ross saying NWA.
You didn't have to imagine it then, you almost lived
Yeah,
it.
no, I nearly did it myself. God. I watched like 20 minutes of the Jonathan Ross show on Saturday. It is the weirdest like atmosphere that I've ever seen on any television show. It's like if Norton didn't. It's like if it was like Norton for Mormons. Like no one had a drink. Everyone is like super awkward being on the same sofa with other guests. Like no one looked like they wanted to be there.
A chat show where it's like everyone has a gun to their head.
Basically, yeah.
I mean, that's
or
from
like
what I understand. Jonathan Ross. Wait. He's just very unlikable.
no, he was
not a
not
nice
to hand it
guy.
to him, but he was always a better television producer than he was a host. But you know, you gotta look at the golden ball, and you go, no, I need more.
So, we got a question here. Do we
yes.
get some health so we have 2 lives going into the boss? Or do I risk it all and get more items and go in with
Risk
1
it
life?
all.
I mean,
risk
items
it
would
all,
be
risk
fun,
it all,
but we
risk it
haven't
all.
seen this. But then again, the last boss was pretty easy.
Well,
Yeah,
so
this game
is
might-
this like the first area, or is this like?
This is
No,
the
this is like
third.
the fourth. Yeah,
No,
third.
third, yeah.
Okay, well, because like
the
looking at like, the
chat saying
footage, like, it
gamble.
looked a lot like the demo footage. So I
gambled.
was like,
I'm
oh, are you
gambled.
like still on like the first part?
It does look like the first part. I'm wondering if like the demo well, I'm noticing a lot of obstacles that were in the demo are here, so
Oh, so was the demo like a mixture between level 1 and
yeah,
level
I
3
think
stuff?
I think they composited a bunch of like obstacles into one area. Oh god, I hate these.
Oh Jesus!
This one gives me shit. These ones I have trouble with. I'm
Oh,
gonna,
it's true. What is a roguelite if not gambling?
yeah. I mean, usually you can. Like part of the gambling is making smart decisions, not I'm putting all of my chips on the table. Actually, maybe.
Like Northern Lions says, you send that shit down Main Street.
Yeah. I'm fun maxing.
Yo. He also says like nuts on the table. Yeah.
That's true. He does say nuts on the table a lot as well. You know that's true, brother.
Alright, we're fun maxing. Yeah, we've picked the shop. We're going for it. I'm weaving in and out of trees. Sick.
Nice.
I will also say lately, like I think like the most impressive part of this game as a roguelike is the level generation.
Yeah, because it's
I mean, that
rarely
is-
it's very rarely bullshit. Like you can
No,
bullshit yourself, but you've also got so much flexibility to work around it.
And again, it goes to the thing of like that is just what Landfall has been working on for the past like over a decade. It's just getting really good at like environment generation.
I do agree.
Yeah, well, and like I
Project
feel
Dark
like
Light, playing
3D
smart is
levels are such a challenging thing to generate for roguelikes.
boring. Playing
Yeah,
smart
and
is
it's-
what has ruined gaming. You gotta play dumb.
And I'd be interested in knowing it because I wonder whether with this it's like because the kind of blobby look of the environments. I wonder whether it's like they're generating like a depth map using noise or something, and then like applying it. So that's how you get like all the different like hills and crevices. But then you would end up with situations where you would just have like really awkward crevices and stuff. So I wonder if it's maybe more of like a.
Oh, it's
Like an
is it-
XCOM thing where there's like a bunch of chunks which are like pre-generated and then.
Oh, so
the-
it's the
same
demo
boss again.
boss as well,
It's the same boss.
or at least like it looks.
No, we
you
faced
fought-
this in the
yeah,
first
you
area.
fought this boss earlier as well.
But now he's got a blue attack, so it's probably more dangerous.
Oh, no, blue attack.
Yeah, I mean, as we all know, blue is more.
Blue
more
is worse
deadly
than red.
Yeah, blue's a higher rarity. We know this from World of Warcraft.
And border.
Well, and also like every
And
game
Diablo.
that.
oh
and or,
shit!
like, every-
Oh fuck!
And every MMO that copied WoW.
Okay,
That's
this is a
true.
cool.
Which
This is a
was
cool
all of
pattern.
them.
Oh god, there's still you. Good thing I
Most
got
aren't
this
either.
health pack.
I imagine it's randomly combined free fast. I mean, you're probably right, but it's just the fact that it's like in XCOM, you can see the seams of stuff because it's so like blocky and modulate. Here, it's like super smooth looking, you know.
Yeah, like whatever's causing all this.
Yeah,
all these rolling hills
like
looks
it
super
does like
slick.
really good job at
Uh-oh,
like generating
uh-oh.
levels that feel natural,
Guys,
but
are
also
you
are fair, and then
seeing this
also
shit?
like
Yeah, I'm
differentiated.
seeing you getting pinballed around the place.
Like, everything is going to shit. What's happening?
Oh, I just dodged all that shit expertly. Now I have no idea where the fucking boss is, though. Am I in the right? I think I've missed him.
I like how attacking this boss is just giving yourself concussion. That's what Sonic does all the time.
Yeah.
You know that's true.
Like, what you got to question is, like, Sonic only gets hurt when he didn't intend to hit that. Oh, fuck.
I mean, Sonic doesn't get hurt, though, because he has the rings to protect himself.
He doesn't get hurt because his brain is too small, so it's just obvious.
That too.
Okay. First failure. First proper failure.
You sharted.
I sharted. What are these anti-sparks for? I've got all.
Yeah, but you can just see what the Dynamo Treadmill.
Okay, cool. Alright. Gain 3 sparks every 150 meters. We're going right back in, lads. We're getting that one. We're gonna get
Sonic actually used to be a Nobel laureate, but he took so many bumps on the head, and now he's just like a cool surfer dude. Because that's how it works. It's not like you're damaging areas of your brain, which causes like bodily functions to stop working. It's just no. You go through the different intelligence archetypes. You go from Einstein to teacher to parent to child to comical surfer to Bill and Ted to I don't know, vegetable, I guess.
So Sonic has CTE.
Yeah. They actually made an ESPN documentary about Sonic the Hedgehog's concussions and why the NFL wouldn't do anything about it. But their excuse was, well, we have nothing to do with Sonic the Hedgehog. So.
And like also like going really fast does tend to give you CTE.
Are you speaking from experience on that?
Well, I was reading a bunch of newspaper articles a while back about like the guys that were the Navy, they were like the Navy pilots that piloted the speedboats for the Navy SEALs.
Interesting.
And apparently, like, the speedboats are so fast now that, like, crashing into a wave is, like, the equivalent of, like, being in a car crash every couple of seconds.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, because there's, like, a lot of waves. And so, like, these guys that have been in, like, the Navy doing this job for, several years, like, their brain just, like, deteriorates, and they, have, like, CTE conditions. But like the Navy's like, no, actually they're all fine. Like you don't have to worry about them.
As well, a lot of old pilots, when it was a lot more kind of open cockpit, a lot of them are deaf as fuck as well. So Sonic would also be fucking deaf.
Yeah. Well, also there was a follow-up article, like a couple weeks later, that was about pilots, where it was like the same thing. Yeah, they had like done like 700 launches of a jet, and then like it caused their brain to just annihilate itself.
I was gonna say, guys, I'm not enjoying this Dorkly video. Realistic Sonic the Hedgehog.
That's fair.
Yeah. That would be a thing they do back in the day, though. Is like, oh, if Sonic was real, he'd have he'd be deaf and have CTE.
There's like a million animations on Newgrounds about like, what if Sonic he would die really painfully. He'd run into spikes.
No, like, because when everybody goes, oh, what if Sonic was real? They just go for the joke of, oh, we use a regular hedgehog, so he'd be small and slow, and it's like, no.
I believe that there's like an old game theory video where it's like, oh, if Blastoise shot you in real life, the water pressure would kill you.
Okay. I mean, yeah, like, that's why you don't get in the way of a pressure hose, like... If Blastoise shot you, you would die. Thank you, Game Theory.
Thank you, Matt Pat.
Well, I think it might have been like one of like the other shows that like, wasn't hosted by Matt Pat.
That would have been a funny bit on Game Theory, is that like at the end of every episode, like Matt Pat put those theories to the test, and he would like die in really grim ways each time. But then in the next episode, he was just back like nothing happened.
Now that would be a good bit.
Yeah, if Sonic was fake, that would be a good bit. I wouldn't like that bit because I don't want to live in a world without Sonic the Hedgehog. But you know what? It'd be a good bit.
You tell us that all the time.
I know. It's a constant lament of mine.
Yeah, no, Snake, it's Sonic X, except Chris Thorndike just imagined Sonic.
You got to tier this as well, like Squirtle. Could Squirtle kill you at max power then? I don't remember what the middle one is called, but could he kill...
Wartortle.
War Turtle. That's actually a pretty good name. Shouldn't forget it, but I will.
Yeah, I know. Give that guy a raise.
Yeah.
I think there's like also like the video where they're like, well, Mr. Mime is the deadliest Pokemon, and I don't remember why.
Is it because you could make mirrors inside your body and kill you? Or
I mean,
something?
I think it's
surely
because
if-
it's like, oh, you can stop the movement of atoms, which like actually is like.
I think the most
Pretty-
deadly Pokemon would be the one that's like God, but I don't want to get in your way on this. Oh shit, yeah!
Oh, train, let's go.
These are fun. You kind of got to bob and weave, but you can get a fuck ton of sparks. Uh-oh. Right, can't follow that. That was going up. But I can try and get back on it. Oh,
Get back on.
I want to ride the train. These are really fun. God damn it.
Yeah.
Get out of the way.
Yeah, no.
Oh, no. Oh, fuck.
Boom, bitch, get out of the way.
Oof.
Ah! Well, that was a really lame recovery, but it was a recovery.
That is funny though. If I still shot you, you'd die. It's like, yeah, I guess
You
that's
know,
true.
I hadn't thought about it, but I guess when I think about it, I didn't need to.
This wasn't that like a thing about like I think that might have been a game theory video in which was just like, well, if all the Pokemon can do this, then why aren't like all the humans dead? And it's like, oh no, the humans in Pokemon are weird as well. And it's like, oh, okay,
Cool.
yeah, easy explanation there. It's problem solved.
Humans, you know, we're very adaptable. If there were
That's-
Pokemon about, we'd figure it out.
That's true.
Yeah.
If we
Yeah,
can live on
I
the
mean-
International Space Station, we can live with Pikachu.
You know, if that football star who got caught with the dogfighting pit was in the Pokemon world, he'd be fine. He'd be a
Oh,
sol-
Michael Vick, yeah.
Yeah,
he'd be
Michael
fucking-
Vick would be like, he'd be fine in the Pokemon world.
Not only
be
would he be fine,
sanctioned.
he'd be fucking living the Ritz.
Yeah. He'd be like, I've got a level 50 Pitbull. It's fucking banging.
Well. Imagine if Michael Pitt.
Are there any
Michael...
Pokemon based on a Pitbull?
Yeah, there
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, there's like a lot of dog breeds, but
Oh,
like,
what? The
you
hell?
know, is there the Pitbull?
Imagine if Michael Vick met the musician Pitbull.
You think you'd try and put him into the fight?
Yeah, he'd make him fight an actual Pitbull.
He's like, I'm not an actual Pitbull, and he just whips him.
Yeah.
Fuck up.
It puts him in too small of a cage.
Gives him some milk bones to hype him up for the fight.
Breeds him with other dogs, and then puts out posters that say a free X whatever they're called.
Free X bully, XL bully.
Yeah, no. What do they breed him with? Like Staffordshire Bull Terriers.
Staffies.
Like Staffy, yeah, 3 times Staffy, 1 time Mr. Worldwide.
On Enter Fragment, 350 health on each level. Now let's get this. Boring.
Do those Pokemon eat children too? Well, I mean, people do eat Pokemon, and there are Pokemon that apparently do like prey on kids, which is fucking
Really?
cool. Yeah, there's a
like-
ghost Pokemon whose thing is that it's the Junji. It's basically like a Junji Ito thing where it's like this Pokemon looks like a cute balloon, but then it uses its strand to strangle children and fly them away.
That's literally a Junji Ito comic. Like,
Yeah, it is.
What
It's
the
the
heck?
fucking balloon one.
Yeah, Driftbloom or
Yeah, Driftbloom.
Driftbloom. Yeah, the one that looks like a regular balloon and one that's a big ass blimp.
I mean, it's my favorite thing about Pokemon is that like Professor Oak writes all the entries, so it is like, is that true? And it's like, no, that would be funny.
I mean, some-
I love writing
Yeah, how do
fiction.
you feel about the theory that
Professor,
people
you
theorize
sent me over the world to find all these Pokemon for you, and you're just making shit up when I do.
Actually,
You said
no.
that this whale only weighs a gram. What the
Actually,
fuck?
no, like, here's the thing though, it's not really ever stated. Like, there's something hinting that it's the kids, the player character, that writes the fucking
I
Pokemon
also
entries.
thought a lot of it was kind of openly conjecture. Like, it's
Well,
actually a lot of
that's what
folklore
I think the Pokemon creators have said that, whereas like Pokédex entries are. Basically, it's like the same as, you know, like British explorers in the 1800s that would see like a lion and go like, oh, that thing can breathe fire. And it's like,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah, exactly. It's not meant to be like, but like, yeah, it's like a lot of it.
You know, they
sounds
really
like it's
missed a
written by
trick
kids.
with that Pokemon game where you get travel back in time to just do like
Arceus.
colonial writing about Pokemon.
Arceus, yeah.
Yeah.
Leg-
I might be in a
These
bad
people-
spot.
Yeah.
Could be used to generate clean electricity for all of Victorian London.
Just poke the Pikachu and it will generate
If you
electricity.
just keep poking the Pikachu,
know,
it'll keep generating electricity indefinitely.
I do like to think, yeah, they had Pikachus and they had coughing, and for a time they were just like coal power. Let's use the coughings to generate instead of the
Imagine
Pikachu.
if like Pokemon is the same thing as our world, where it's like, oh, we can use all these Pokemon to generate electricity, but it's the same way that we do, which is dunking them in water, generating steam to turn a turbine.
Guy
like,
having a breakdown that it's all steam when you
Yeah, it's all steam generators.
Yes, as you can see, we shall take the Torkoal and dunk it in water.
If we keep putting Charmanders in water, we'll have indefinite electricity.
Sir, another one
As
died.
long as we never run out of Charmanders, there's never going to be a problem.
Sir, another one died.
The war
Therefore, another one.
The war turtles are endangered because they're so delicious. We can't stop eating them.
Okay. Have you had war turtle soup? It's incredible.
Especially when it's in their shell.
I'm trying to figure out like who the voices I'm doing. There is a guy who like sounds like this.
Yeah, I don't know who the guy is, but I feel like I've heard them
British
before.
explorer
No, but
type.
it's very it's specific. Like there is a real person that voice is like is
like a
based
weird
on,
Tim
but I can't
Curry
remember who
bit.
it is.
I mean, he almost like sounds like the guy who's like the banker in Mary Poppins.
Oh yeah,
Whoa.
wait, which one? The dad banker or the other banker?
The other banker, the guy that's like the evil banker.
You know what? That,
Oh, not the one who
Cap-
sings "I Love to Laugh."
Caplagar, I'm gonna start a conspiracy theory that Pokemon used to be real, but we killed all of them. We just
Oh my
hunted them
God.
all to extinction.
You should put that on TikTok.
Figure that's the only people I can get believe me. Zova's done.
Well, I mean, they believed in giants for a while, so.
Well, like isn't like the giant theory like pretty old though? Cause like
Well,
yeah,
no,
like, all the
it
people-
is like a classic crackpot theory, but.
Turn around, please. Turn around, please. I fucked up.
Actually, James.
I
So,
lose
do
a
you
life
think
for
these
that.
Victorian Pokemon would they argue like evolution? Reginald, this evolution theory of yours is absurd. How would a Metapod become a Butterfree?
Oh yeah, there are like people who don't believe in Pokemon evolution, and they're just
And-
like, no,
yeah.
go put them there.
I got
Yeah.
evolution.
We all know all Pokemon is as if God made them.
Pikachu has been God replaced your Pikachu with Raichu. The Thunderstone had nothing to do with it.
Now, like,
Right.
like, how long had people known about Arceus, like, in the Pokemon universe? Like, is this something that had to be discovered?
when did Pokemon Arceus come out? As long as that, I guess.
Is
Is that the plot of that game? Is like,
No.
No,
that's,
I
like,
was just
humanity
making a
learning
joke
about
of like
God?
That's
mean,
people
when
only know about Pokemon the moment they're added to the Pokemon game.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's the thing. I mean, it is.
I mean,
very-
doesn't Red and Blue have like cats and dogs in it?
Yes. So I actually watched a video on it.
I mean,
the
Red
other
and
day,
Blue
but
also has a
basically-
mention of men going away into the war. So
Yeah, no, like
Yeah,
so
I can
the
believe
original,
war happened in
so,
Pokemon.
so the original conceit of Pokemon, like kind of the.
I mean, war happened in Donkey Kong Country, so.
That's true.
I can
But, like,
believe
the,
that
ori-
though.
the original conceit was kind of like Pokemon is in a real world because you're in Kanto, which the actual fucking Kanto region in Japan.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like loosely based on the real world, and Pokemon are kind of meant to be Pokemon you find. But
Okay, let's
as the
see if I
series-
do better this time.
I'm
As
trying
a
to think
series-
of like the goofiest like video game fantasy like kind of world and setting that could still viably take like Hollow Knight, like because it's all like tiny bugs and shit. It's like it's gonna happen. Like Hollow Knight couldn't have stopped the bombing of Nagasaki. He's just a little bug. What the fuck was he gonna do?
I mean,
Also, he was born yesterday. He wasn't around in the
all
40s.
all the humans are extinct in Pikmin, so we're kind of.
No. I thought
Mm,
I thought in later one.
Damn it!
I thought in later
But,
one.
but I don't know. Pikmin 4 kind of. I don't know.
I mean, Pikmin 4 also does kind of. play with
Oh, that must be items.
Pokemon or Pikmin continuity in general, though.
I mean, that is true. Yeah, it seems to posit that
Sharp
all the
fail.
Pikmin games are taking place at the same time in Pikmin 4.
Yeah, or it's like, okay, we have to like redo Pikmin 1.
Well, but they also kind of redo Pikmin 3 with the 3 guys that you find.
And also they're redoing Pikmin 2.
Yeah,
because you're like collecting like treasures.
Pikmin 4 is a really interesting game, and it's a shame that like no real like writer will ever dig into that stuff because it's a fucking Nintendo game.
Well, one day I might eventually.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
do my Pikmin video.
When's the Noah Cadwell Gervais like literary analysis of the Pikmin games?
I really want Noah Caldwell Gervais to do Metal Gear Solid, and he never will because he's talked about having no interest in it. And not even Death Stranding could turn him around and make him think, that might be worth looking into.
Well, he's kind of like a.
He would be a Death Stranding guy, though.
Well, I was gonna say he's kind of a fantasy guy, isn't he? Like kind of real world stuff. Because the Resident Evil video, he doesn't seem that engaged, like just in any of the elements.
I think he's engaged for like the really early games. He really wobbles on 4 onwards, and then like.
Yeah, the controversial thing was that he didn't like 4 that much.
I did actually recently listen to that while working, and I was genuinely baffled by. It feels really arrogant to say how little he saw it. Metal Gear is a fantasy game, War isn't real. Like, I just didn't see. It felt like he didn't see the game. He just went, "Oh, I understand. It was important because it was revolutionary at the time, but now it's been beaten by everything that updated on these mechanics." And I'm like, no.
He wasn't engaging with the game as what it was, but more just as an object of culture, which is like that's viable, but that isn't what you did with the other games that you covered.
Yeah, he talks about their gameplay mechanics and how those work, but the thing is, I just thought, just the most immediate thing that kind of shoots that in the foot for me is you can't fucking move in Resident Evil. It's still an evolution of those old control systems. That
is the magic trick of Resident Evil 4 is when you realize, this has exactly the same control scheme as the GameCube version of Resident Evil 1. You just moved the camera.
Yeah. Versus like he talks about Dead Space just did it better. And it's like I like Dead Space, but you can move, and that is genuinely a big difference. It's not just, this is an improvement because you can move. No, it's a different thing because you can.
The lineage of Dead Space is also... It is inspired by Resident Evil 4, but is very much building on what they were doing with the James Bond games.
I would love Metal Gear Solid 4 to escape the PS3, but is there even going to be...
I mean, you can emulate it now.
Yeah, you can.
It might happen with the collections, maybe.
Sorry, what were you going to say?
Yeah, I think that is why they split it in two. Doing that, so...
Yeah. But also, I was going to say, I don't really watch Noah.
He didn't strike me as someone you'd be into.
Yeah, but like, the way he talks about it is like, I've encountered people like it before. They kind of see gameplay mechanic that's objective, like, a gameplay mechanic can only be good.
Not strike me as a fucking
No, he's
guy
not. He's not really much of like a mechanical structuralist. He's more like plot.
He's like a big narrative guy.
Yeah, he likes a narrative.
I'm also not really
crazy.
I'm also not really talking about like someone who thinks about mechanics, but it's more like kind of a layman thing. Resident Dead, right? Like someone that would go, Dead Space is better than Resident Evil 4 because I can move while shooting. Like, not thinking about any of the context between how the games are designed.
Yeah, I can understand if you prefer Dead Space for that reason, but to go like, it's better when
exactly. It's
totally different like rhythms of play.
Yeah, no, like
I do really like Noah, by the way. This shouldn't be like, I think he's a bad critic.
We're not even being like overly critical.
It's like that's why that part stands out to me. Is you get to the RE4 part, and it just feels like he didn't like the game and just kind of just didn't really dig into it from there.
Yeah, no, like
I don't care that guy I like doesn't like game I like.
Yeah.
It's just
it's more annoying when it's like they just dismiss the game, like more like they just dismiss it as a relic.
And like my like hope for a series that he eventually covers is Alone in the Dark. I really want to know his
That
thoughts.
would be interesting. And
And,
that
like,
feels
it
like
feels
that would
possible.
be Appa's ally. Appa's
Yeah,
ally.
yeah.
What the fuck am I saying?
Up his ally. Well, no.
Because like he has done like the Resident Evil video. He's done the.
I think as well it's just
survival
the
horror
kind of stuff he
before.
does, and I know that there's like a lot of good horror YouTubers out there, but like just horror games in general do lend themselves to interesting narrative analysis.
Yeah,
so-
because you tend to have that free dose of symbolism and thematic
Yeah.
thing to talk about.
Yeah.
like because he's on the Silent Hills, right?
Yeah. You know what?
He hasn't.
I thought
Oh,
about.
well,
I
there
thought-
we go. That's a surprise. I'm surprised he hasn't done the Silent Hills.
I was
but-
rewatching a Russ Scott video recently, and he kind of mentioned how like this one level would be this one level of the Wolfenstein not reboot, but the 2009 game would be like an analyst's playground. He meant it in a different way than I'm meaning, but do you think it'd be an interesting project to try and make like a list of games that, if you're gonna get into games critique, these are like good practice grounds to pull at?
Oh, like a shooting range, but for figuring out like narrative context
Yeah.
and stuff.
Figuring out how to talk about certain game mechanics, like these would be.
Yeah,
Talk about game
because I
mechanics,
guess
talk about
Metal Gear.
story delivery.
Yeah, like Metal Gear is kind of a good starting area for that because like the text and the subtext mingle so closely together that you can kind of, it's a short enough gap that you can hop between the two.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is a really interesting thought experiment because I'm trying to think like, oh, what were the games that kind of got me into kind of like games analysis, but
I mean,
then again, I mean,
It's hard to say, isn't it? Because that path is it's probably not a question it's only a thought experiment because I think the answer will be different for everyone to what speaks to everyone.
Well, everybody's a different
Yeah.
person, anyways. But I was also gonna say that, like, when I think about games or like the very very rare occasions I write about them, it is kind of more from kind of a mechanical standpoint and kind of thinking about the etymology of stuff more than. Like, I like narrative, but it's just not something that I really dig
It would.
into
I think
at
it
all.
would be more like interesting, like both story and gameplay, and maybe occasionally how they intermingle.
Yeah, no, well, it's always interesting to see, like, because I always think about this with, like, iOS games, because they're so kind of simple that it does, like, again, like, that's kind of a good example of, like, because they're so kind of not often, but, like, mechanically simple, and the way that, like, narrative interacts with it, like, that is, like, a really small and kind of easier thing to analyze than, say, something like Death Stranding, which has a lot of overlapping systems and, like, a lot of... Like, you could just do the surface level kind of story analysis stuff, but then if you dig a bit more into it, like... Yeah, there we go, MGS Touch. That's the game to start with.
Start with MGS Touch.
Start with the Game Boy Color version of Metal Gear Solid, which actually isn't a port of Metal Gear Solid. It is a completely different game called... Well, that's why they call it Ghost Babel in the US, so...
I'm glad that
Wait.
none of us said Mario
There's actually
World
a
1-1.
Metal Gear.
There was a Metal Gear
on the
iOS
Game Boy?
game. Oh no, Game Boy. Yeah, there was Ghost Babel, and apparently it's good. Ghost Babel.
Yeah, no, Ghost Babel's a really good game. That's handed to Nintendo.
I had
'cause-
no idea that
'cause,
was a
you know,
thing.
It's not a cool thing to do. But I guess it is, like... Especially when you're kind of like a kid and you get into games and stuff, there is always the kind of question of, like, well, why do I like these games and not, like, this game's also doing running and jumping, but it's not quite pulling it off. And I guess that would kind of get you into analysis from there.
Yeah, it's some people. I guess it would naturally emerge when you question. Some people just go, "Oh, I don't like this." Some people make the next step of, "Why don't I like this?"
No, and I know that obviously there's the kind of the mean trope about, like, oh, a lot of critics are failed artists, but, like, having the mindset of, like, trying to make stuff yourself and go through the processes of, like, how would I make this? What steps would I go through that? Like, does prepare you then for, writing about, like, the process of, well, why does this game work like it does? What are the components of that?
Oh no, I didn't mean to click.
Oh no!
I did not mean to click that. Damn it. Well, we got 2 lives now. My finger slipped. I wanted to do the 2 danger zone levels.
Yeah, this game is like just running on a big golf course.
Finally,
I mean,
somebody-
golf courses usually try to have a little more flat flat space.
Finally,
That's true.
Snake.
This is running on the world's craziest golf course.
This is the golfing game Snake likes. This is the only golf he likes.
Stop saying this is like
See,
golf. You're ruining it for
I really
me.
like golf games. I think golf is a really good game.
I hate golf.
That is held back by having to be played in reality.
I think get rid of all real golf. We're just doing virtual golf.
Yeah, we're replacing
Yeah, well,
the digital
I
world.
mean, like, yeah, with real golf, there's always like the ethics of it, right? Where it's like, oh wow, like you're putting a ton of water and a ton of land space into this
Boring.
game.
I editorialized a little bit there.
But like, I don't know, you maybe it's because I grew up playing like Wii Golf, but like, virtual golf is pretty good.
Yeah.
Your personal favorite golf?
Yeah,
game is
World of Golf's a good game.
Meanwhile, I talked with my dad earlier. He was practicing his swing.
There's a really good arcade game called Birdie Try, which is like an arcade golf game. I highly recommend that one.
You know, there's a Sonic 1 ROM hack, maybe Sonic 2 as well, that turns it into
Oh
a
yeah,
golf
where
game.
it's Golf
Oh, I'm
Sonic.
dead. Whoa!
Is it called
I'm getting
Sonic
fucking
Golf?
cooked on. What?
Yeah, I was gonna say again, yeah.
I'm getting. Where am I? What? Oh wait, I had two lives. I think I died in that, and now I'm bugged.
Hell yeah. We love
you die,
a
you
landfall
get
game.
bugged.
Okay.
Can you play with a Sega Golf Club controller? Probably. I mean, it's a ROM hack, but not to say that you couldn't put it on a flash card. Somebody made I
This is
saw
pretty good.
somebody
This
do
is
a
pretty
race of
good.
it the other
I can
day,
work with
but
this.
someone's
I'm currently ascending.
oh my god, you beat the game.
Uh-oh,
As
now I'm
long
going
as you can
down. Now I'm going
descend
down. Mayday,
to-
mayday.
As long as you can go through the thing at the end, you should be fine.
I should be, yeah. This is a very long level.
Alright, start descending. Here we go.
Alright,
Let's bring the plane into Heathrow.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Didn't go
Yeah, somebody's done a ROM hack of Super Mario 64 to turn it into a point-and-click game.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's really, it was really miserable.
no.
Of Super 64.
Super Mario 64.
Okay.
Wait. So like when you say like a point and click game, is it like
So you click where you want Mario to go. You right click to make him. I think you double click to make him jump. You have a right click context menu that lets you change between like setting up crouches and long jumps and stuff like that. It has a contextual menu as well for you can tick on and off wall jumps if you don't want to do that at a certain time.
oh my gosh.
It's quite interesting.
See, I would love a game like Mario's Time Machine.
Oh well, where it's hello, my name's Ben Franklin, but I seem to be missing something important. It's the Declaration
We're
of
talking about the
Independence.
Mario timeline, and he's had a time machine?
I know.
Yeah, Mario has had a time machine where
I just
he's
wrote-
met famous historical
Yeah,
figures.
he met Ben Franklin and Abraham Lincoln. Didn't warn Lincoln about the.
No.
I mean, I guess Mario. You know what? Though Mario's from another world, so he wouldn't have known that happened.
So all of this is wasted on him.
theater.
This is all wasted on him then, this historical journey when he doesn't even know to tell him, hey, watch out at Ford Theatre, by the way.
Mario meets like Winston Churchill, and he's like, "You sound like you're fighting on the wrong side, man." No, that's just my voice. Is Mario doing like all the Odyssey shit of like just Winston Churchill being like, "I need to give this speech to rally the war men, but I'm missing my famous hat. Can you help me, Mario?" And just Winston Churchill's bowler hat is on top of Big Ben, and you have to climb it, and Big Ben is full of like giant crabs and bugs.
Yeah, when you have
mean,
to
you-
like
we're-
you know,
you
you
are-
know,
you've
like
immediately-
possess a tank to be able to get it.
No, James.
No, you go to the front lines in World War II, and one of the GIs is like, "Oh no, the enemy tanks are here. If only we could turn the power again." And yeah, you just capture one of the tanks and turn them against the
Also, no,
Nazis.
James, for the Winston Churchill one, she's just stands there. I've forgotten my speech. I need to take, and you throw your cappy on him.
Oh hell yeah! You throw your cafe on Winston
Yeah, and just
Churchill,
hold the speech.
and he just starts speaking gibberish, but in Winston Churchill's voice.
You have to move him to the podium, but because he's always drunk, he just sloshes around horribly.
But he's running like Mario does, with his arms out.
Also, like, you know, he meets Mussolini and he's like, Mario, I need to get to this train on time. Help me.
Oh man.
He's Italian, he would help.
Well, no, he's not like a real Italian though. He's like he's a Mushroom Kingdom cartoon Italian. So.
He's like Chef Boyardee Italian.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
He's from another universe where they have an Italian accent, but it's not like, you know, it hasn't come from thousands of years of like, you know, the development of like human speech and like the Romans and, you know, the Mediterranean tribes and stuff like that. You know?
I do like Kaplagar's, why didn't Mario prevent the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand?
Oh, he throws his hat at the bullet bill coming for Archduke, and then he flies it in another direction.
He fries it back into Princip.
Fucking bullet.
Yeah. Did you know that Princip apparently had tuberculosis?
I heard. And you've been on a tuberculosis binge.
Cho, did you learn this in your tuberculosis book that you've been reading recently?
I did. Well, and so like there's speculation that like because he had this disease that had no cure, he was willing to throw away his life and die for, you know, the cause of the Black Hand. You know, leading to the assassination of Franz Ferdinand.
You know, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. If you're gonna go out, it's like, if you're terminally ill, you may as well just make some noise on your way.
Yeah,
I don't know
pretty
why
much.
I said it like that.
Oh
so
yeah,
cavalier.
but he did have tuberculosis and died in prison. Mario was too busy eating the sandwich that Gavrilo Pincrit threw away before you. I don't think Mario's like a dirty scavenger. There's nothing in the games that would associate that. Now Wario, on the other hand, if he had a time machine.
Wario with a time machine is a good premise.
I would love like a historically themed Wario game.
Like, Wario?
Well, like WarioWare, but like, you know, everything's like, you know, you've got like, you know, parchment paper, and you know, he's like, maybe they like set like the different like.
You'd want a WarioWare, not like a Wario Land, like travel.
No, but WarioWare, where it moves through historical art, like. One of the mini games looks like the Bayeux Tapestry. One of them looks like, you know, the painting of the Mona Lisa. One of them's like Cubist. Yeah, I like that idea.
Alright, let's be cowards and get more health.
I mean, if we were to do historical WarioWare Chariot,
Damn it.
Would the positive outcome of beating a mini game be doing it as something happened in history?
I don't have any ability to regain health.
Ooh, like so it's like, you know, so like would like the mini game be like assassinate Franz Ferdinand?
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, would the mini game? Oh no, would the mini game be you are Franz Ferdinand and you're trying to avoid assassination, or would you have to let the assassination happen?
Yeah.
Oh, that's an interesting idea for a
villain
game.
Is trying to like cause like a break in the timeline by like, you know, causing events to happen in ways that they didn't actually happen. And so Wario has to like fix...
That's a really interesting idea for like a kind of a minigame collection. Is you have to get points by completing them like correctly, but if you complete the ones correctly, which would go against the timeline, the game starts to lose, like, you know, it starts to like glitch out because the timeline's like changing.
Also, James, I had a horrible thought about the like Mario time travel game, like more.
Yeah.
Like, he come to fucking Italy in World War II, and instead of meeting Mussolini, it's actually Bowser.
Bowser's working with all the great villains of history, is what you think.
No, he's just replacing them. Mussolini.
Mussolini.
You just look at a propaganda poster and it's just like Bowser instead. What?
Oh yeah, what if they they replaced Ludwig von Beethoven with
Wait,
Ludwig
what
von
did I just
Cooper,
miss?
and he's just there in like Vienna playing, but he's playing like and just like screaming on the piano. He's just throwing fireballs at like all these like Viennan like dignitaries.
Oh, Roy instead of Roy Disney.
Okay,
Well, I
this
mean, Roy
gonna
is,
be...
as we all know, is based on Roy Orbison's.
Yeah.
Like they're like, oh Mario, the famous doo-wop song "Anything You Want" hasn't come out due to Roy Orbison being replaced by Roy O. Cooper.
You know, has anyone made a playlist of like the Koopa music?
Oh no.
Well, it'd be Ludwig von Beethoven, it'd be Roy Orbison, it'd be Wendy Williams from like I can't remember what punk band she was in, but that's what Wendy O. Cooper's named after.
This is gonna be really fucking hard now.
Oh yeah, like, oh wait, are all the Koopa
I mean, well, Morton Cooper Jr. is named after Morton Downey, who is like the pioneer of like Jerry Springer style trash TV. So like, that's a nice timeless reference for fucking Mario fans.
Yeah, that's, you know, it's a fun mix of like, oh yeah, like I know Beethoven, and then like
No, you don't know where. You go nowhere.
random people.
You ain't going nowhere.
I just gotta get one
Bowser
more
was in
hit.
the
One
grassy
more
knoll.
fucking hit.
When are we bringing back the Koopa Links? Maybe in the next Mario game.
Oh what? Fucking hell.
Were they
They
not
move
in?
weird.
Oh yeah, they weren't in Wonder, were they?
No.
I mean, they're in
weren't
Mario
Odyssey.
Kart, so that's
They're
pretty.
not in
Okay, between
Odyssey.
those two.
I meant like
We
if we
might have this.
Anyways,
We might have this.
oh, yeah,
We have this. We fucking have this.
Let's
Hey.
fucking go. Oh
That
yeah,
took
Switch.
too many attempts.
So, I didn't realize, but I'm gonna be able to actually sit and watch the Switch 2 Direct.
Yeah, so am I. I got a meeting that needed to have me out of office tomorrow. Got cancelled, so I'm working from home.
Sponsoring
Games, I guess.
speed.
I have a job screening tomorrow, but like I don't know how long it's gonna take, so I
Can you
may.
tell him I have a hard out at this time?
Yeah. Games.
I gotta go.
Yes, I guess we have a thing tomorrow to watch, James.
I don't know why I'm laughing. It's just the idea of like, just Bowser working with the villains of history. Like you just have like Adolf Hitler planning like the final solution, but Bowser's just like, what if we steal all the money? What if we steal all of Poland's gold coins? And it's just like,
Which one of the Koopa Links
Why?
will replace Hitler?
Cooper, fucking Hitler.
I mean, he is King Koopa.
Yeah.
He is King of Koopas.
Hitler was really
yeah.
into occult stuff, apparently. So could you imagine just him meeting Bowser and be like, okay, this isn't what I expected. I was expecting something more bizarre than this. Not quite just a big lizard.
No, he
Yeah.
goes, fuck yeah. Or rather,
He
I
goes
just
like-
like all of like Bowser's ideas being innocent. It's like, what if we marry Queen Elizabeth? And it's just like, okay, but how is that meant to progress our white nationalist ideology? It's like, I don't know, but I'd like to marry a princess, please.
oh god, actually, yeah, fucking Peach would replace Queen Victoria.
I've always had this stupid idea for like, if we ever did like another tabletop thing, and if I came up with like a character like, where you'd think he has like really complex motivations or whatever, and then you meet him, and then his thing is like, I want to steal all the gold. It's just like, what?
I could.
Like that's what I should have done with Murphy. Was like, oh my god, he's such like this interesting Machiavellian villain, and then like he gets turned into a giant bat and goes mad, and he's like, I'm gonna steal all the money in Gotham Bank. And it's like, why?
Aha!
Oh,
okay.
no.
This is
Oh no!
Chariot is punching drywall.
hey. This
I am,
we've been getting these anti-sparks. This is what happens.
These are folks. This is no longer a roguelike. This is a rogue.
Yeah, it has been it has been downgraded to a roguelite.
Man, I've
thing,
been
really.
cool with this all along. I was kind of waiting. I was kind of wondering when this happens. Okay, so let's see what else I can get here.
I'm surprised that like that wasn't there from the start of the game.
I mean,
to
maybe
be
it
honest.
was.
have
I
been.
was looking for this area after I did like the third zone, the second zone, but I couldn't find it. So I'm like, oh, this isn't flagged up until you have to come here.
No,
So
Mario does.
it's gonna be
have
a
very
pain in the
Kaiser
ass to
Wolf
find
on
it
this
again.
stage.
Can you tell me who you are now? I'm Reza. Okay, can you offer me something? I don't want to be anti-story because I'm not that kind of guy, but I've not really come here for plot right now.
Chariot question from Project Darklight. Why downgraded? I think having both roguelikes and roguelites are nice.
Well, I mean, I've definitely softened on roguelites.
I was gonna say, yeah, you're not as.
But like the thing that I like about roguelikes is, this idea that like the game itself doesn't actually change, but like you're able to get through it further and further because of
you're
your
building
own
your skill
progression
set. You don't really need like.
I mean,
but
Chariot, I will throw this out though. You didn't have a problem when the game was giving me new items for each run, but wouldn't those necessarily make progression easier?
But those temporary.
Not necessarily. Like because like expanding the item pool, like that's just like giving you more possibility, but it's not inherently making you more powerful. It's just if you assume that all the items are of roughly similar power tiers.
It's like the equivalent of like giving somebody a gun. Like, yeah, technically it's a more powerful weapon, but if you don't know how to use it, then you kind of that's sort of like the rogue spirit essentially.
Yeah.
But obviously, rogue is more extreme, where like they'll give you potions and stuff which could kill you.
Yeah, there's a big difference between this item is now in the item pool that you can encounter like any other item, and you just have like twice the health now.
Yeah, exactly.
Did I?
Whereas
I gave
this
her
is
the anti-sparks. Did I get the cowl?
I guess so.
Okay. Oh, I think I have to swap which one I have. So I
you pick which one you have. Interesting.
Let's try that out. But I did do that instead of upgrading any of my permanent abilities. So let's go to area.
Like basically to you, Cherry, like not the Anthemema, but like when you think of like a roguelite, kind of the thing that you don't like is when you go to the magic mirror in Hades, and it's like from now on, if you spend your currency, every run you will do from now on will be easier. Which I guess is
pretty
kind of
much
this, but
and like it changes the game from being like, okay, you have to like master these systems and think about how to best apply them.
It softens
and then
that,
it just becomes like an RPG where it's like you just grind until you can beat the game.
Or even something like MGS5, where if you really like one of the weapons, like the game becoming harder or more you go, oh, maybe I might have to try and use one of the other weapons. But this is basically a solve of going, no, if there's a playstyle you like, we can just make sure that you can like massage that. And it's like, okay. So it becomes more of a traditional action game, essentially.
Yeah, it just kind of becomes more of a measure of just like how much time you've invested in the game, rather than just like
no, exactly. It becomes that thing
how
of, like,
good you actually are at it, or I guess like how much skill you have at like the systems.
Which was always, well, I mean, it's a very kind of, we were talking, funnily enough, we were talking about AA and AAA earlier, and I said it's kind of more of a GameCube 360 era thing. But that was very much the era of, it's the Ubisoft thing of, well, if you want, you can get a DLC and skip, like, that stuff. Which...
Yeah. There's also, like, some other things that, like, are kind of applied on, like, a roguelite by roguelite basis. Mm-hmm. But, like, sometimes I also feel like, this additional currency, like, takes complexity that could make the actual run itself more interesting, and segments that off into this whole other system that, like,
Project Darklight
is less interesting to engage with.
So you prefer the skill skill expression? I can respect that. Yeah, I think that's kind of your thing. Is that like you'd rather like Actually, I guess I'm speaking on your behalf, yeah. But I guess it's like having more exploration with the few tools that you do have.
I can see that this could get self-defeating if you put so many points into the level ups that the game becomes trivial, because theoretically this game is going to be balanced around the idea that I could probably beat it without actually doing one rank up.
No, and to be honest, to give Hades its flowers, that game is designed around that, is that you use the mirror essentially as a crutch, but then the idea is that you take that stuff off.
I'm not saying this on like...
I mean, to be fair,
I'm not saying this
I have tried playing the game without using the mirror, and it becomes unbearable after a certain point.
Oh, well, yeah.
Like, Like, it is not fun.
There is a part of my
and obviously
brain...
with that game, there's the thing of like people have done speedruns where, yeah, you can 1cc, you know, you start the game up and you can 1cc it essentially.
There is a part of my
Yeah.
brain that thinks with games like this is if I do upgrade it, it's like a weird version of the like Ultra Souls fans who are like you shouldn't use any system, but yeah, in my head would me beating this game become less real, less meaningful if I threw a bunch of money behind like, oh, I gave myself a ton of health, ton of this stuff, ton of that, and it's like when I know I could have probably beaten it if I just got good enough with the base mechanics.
But then I guess the question is that would you then go back and like replay the game, but take again it's essentially it's like riding about with stabilizers, isn't
Yeah,
it? Like the idea is you take that stuff off.
This is where another stupid, annoying hang-up I have comes in, where I also go, yeah, but the first run is the most meaningful because that's the blind one where it was all novel and new, and I
suppose, yeah.
I don't think that's a
Yeah.
good way to think. I think that's a mind goblin.
No,
that
I
do
mean,
suffer
especially
from.
I mean with story-based games, that is usually very
Yeah.
much the case. You know?
Like when we were doing our Disco Elysium things, I was ultimately very happy with my run, but the sad thing was I thought, was that the best first way to experience the game without that?
Well, not to put you on blast, but an even more prominent example is when we played whatever that EDF game was that I was involved in, and we did that kind of mostly through normal difficulty throughout.
That, yeah,
there was a point
no,
where
I
you were
felt
like,
that. I felt that myself coming as like, I was advised, oh, play through it on normal, then go to hard, and when I played through 5, I was like, this was less fun than just blitzing it on hard and getting the fun weapons that we could have had all along.
Yeah.
Like, you just,
But then it became a thing of like, you know, I mean, I didn't like you wanted to replay it immediately afterwards, and I was like, I've beaten it on normal. I have no real interest doing it again on hard, you know. And that was literally because I had got the, I got all the flavor out of the chewing gum for lack of a better metaphor. But
do I go for an item or an item?
you'd also go for a question mark.
The thing is, I've got 950. That might not actually get me anything. The question mark will give me.
Yeah,
might get me
I feel
500.
like you have a lot of health. You could risk going to the difficult stage.
Well, the thing is, I can go here, and then I might get an item, and then I'll go to the difficult stage there, and then I could. I could get 2 items.
You could also go to the question mark. Sometimes those give you items.
That's
That could be
true.
anything. That could even be an item.
That could be an item. Let's see. In the no. Okay, it's gonna be if I pass this, it will be 500 sparks.
Oh, Flight of the Bumblebee.
Yeah.
Yep.
Collect 7 stars. Oh, okay. I thought this was a dodge thing. Shit. Okay.
Well, I think it's both.
Oh, they've added a tracker to show you where you've been before. That's clever.
Oh, that is a nice touch.
Yeah, before you got here, I was complaining I didn't like the minigame where you're painting the world because finding the last 2% or so was always a...
Yeah,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
this is a game which is, I think, balanced more around that linear, you know, cluster truck, you know, shoot down the middle, ride down Main Street sort of thing, versus, yeah, these more quote-unquote open world levels are a bit like... Eh.
Yeah, they seem a bit hit and miss.
I mean, they're an interesting challenge just from the fact that, yeah, the controls are tuned around constantly blasting forward, but...
No,
as
that's bad.
Oof.
Well, challenge failed. One fuck up and you can just careen. That is a complete mind goblin for any non-story game. But I still feel it though, because the first experience is a story into itself to be really wanky about it.
That is true. I mean, funnily enough, I did play Disco Elysium the first time, then I played it again, and then I played it a third time, like, soon afterwards.
Yeah, you went all
Now,
in.
like were your second and third playthroughs longer or shorter?
Way shorter.
Or yeah, because like you know what to do.
Yeah, but it was also the second one I wanted to do a... Oh, sorry, I just got a weird message, but it doesn't matter. The second one I was like, I want to do like a completely different skill set to the one I had previously, and then the third one was just, I'm gonna crack open the INF file, I'm just gonna give myself like basically max stats and everything, and I just want to kind of mop up the stuff that I didn't really see. So it was like,
Oh,
what would Disco Elysium be like if you weren't an alcoholic? And I was like, this is interesting.
See,
like, just...
I
Because
think
it is funny, because, like, they interviewed Robert Kurvitz, and he did kind of say, yeah, like... if anything, if you do replay this game, just like fuck around with the stats and like see the stuff that you missed out on. It's like, okay.
Oh, interesting.
Part of my brain does wonder though, because if your stats are high enough, don't you start getting drawbacks, because like Half-Light will be pinging you like, hey, we're in danger.
But basically, the drawback is more content.
I suppose so, yeah, but it's kind of, I don't want to say misleading. That's misleading is the word, but sometimes your thoughts are trapping you.
Yeah, no, a little bit.
It is interesting, like being quote unquote perfect has its drawbacks in that game.
No, for sure. I mean, it's funny because I think it's something that a lot of people say, but it ends up being a bit like a Senua's Sacrifice, where it was like, oh, if you die too many times, something bad might happen, and it's like
Project Dark like kind of put it perfectly for me there. With a game like Disco Elysium, the first playthrough, as long as it's blind, will always be optimal, as long as you play true to yourself. I'm kind of along that vibe, yeah, because it will always feel a little bit.
No, like my first experience, like the way that, not to spoil Disco Elysium, but there's like a moment in that game where the first time that I did that and the result that I got from it, like that stuck with me in a way that like when I basically was playing with different stats and like quote unquote trying to optimize it to get the best results. Like, it was an interesting experiment, but like I'll probably not remember that the same way that I did like the first time I did it. Which,
yeah.
Yeah, no, I'll remember like vomiting like 3 or 4 times trying to get the body down.
Oh yeah, no, same with me. Or like just the moment of me doing my best through the autopsy and Kim saying "good work, detective" like hit harder because of like the amount of work that I had to go through to learn all that stuff versus say, yeah, like if you're playing with max stats or with different stats,
it feels kind of
you're gonna unlock that in a completely different way,
Yeah, like I failed to get Kim to whistle with me.
I was so
just,
happy
like,
because I got that despite shit stats, and I was like, it really just made it better for me. Like, oh, I really lucked out on this.
It's a shame we haven't.
Yeah, well, and, like, I had good stats.
We haven't racked up the book club yet and just talked about our different experiences with it. But we'll do that at some point.
That's what I'm saying, Chariot. Because I had bad stats for that, it made it all the more special that it came through in that moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had that as well, and also just like because I had played my.
I had that as well, yeah.
Even though he was like, oh, I'm gonna go in trying to know as little as possible, like I kind of knew that the psych, like what's the ability Inland Empire is like. This is kind of what this game is famous for. That like no other games have kind of really done. I played with max that, and like because I did that, like I got a line the first time I met Kim, which was like, there's no way that you could like actually articulate this, but in your bones that this guy would take a bullet for you. And I was
I got that as well. That one's like really. I think a lot of people.
Man, hearing that line like later.
Yeah, it does.
In the game, kind of gives it a new meaning.
That is very true. But it's funny because like I tell that to people all the time about like when I played Undertale, and I was like, well, I knew that you didn't have to, oh, this game is like, oh, you don't have to kill any of the enemies, and they go, no, you were spoiled on it. There's no way that you could have known that. And I was like, no, all the advertising for Undertale was selling.
Yeah, that's like literally
fight the monsters or befriend them. Yeah. It was like, no, that was like the fucking USP of that game. Like, don't pretend that this is something that you discovered. Like, no one tells you this when you play the game for the first. And it's like, no. Unless you played this game where you were 8 and your parents bought it for you, like that, I guess that makes sense. But
for everyone else who was coming off fucking Homestuck or whatever is like, you knew the deal. You knew everything before you come in. Don't pretend.
Well, I mean, the people coming off of Homestuck had been following the development of that game from the moment that it was like a song. That he was like, oh, I want to do something with this kind of thing.
Yeah, from like the moment he had made Megalovania.
Yeah, and uses the motif for like all of his works going forward. Which is why me and a certain YouTuber who lives in a zone of sorts, we're gonna destroy. We're gonna take Toby Fox down a peg. What is that, folks?
Oh fuck! That's been my favorite. That's been my favorite drama. That's been my favorite.
Yeah, that's also been my favorite drama recently as well.
What?
That and the Carl Yost stuff.
Oh.
I hate to have favorite drama, but you know what? That one's it, because that's fun, low-level unimportant dickheadery that's just crashing.
You know
into
what?
itself.
Some people have favorite football players. Some people have favorite comic book writers. YouTubers, we have a favorite drama that we like to follow.
Like this is the good soap opera.
Yeah. I don't
Is it
remember
real
what
life?
stat I had super high, but this was my second playthrough, and the first time I exited the whirling in rags, the camera zoomed out and completely, and then like
Oh, that's
showed me the detective. Oh, that's
Shivers.
Esprit de Corpse, I think. Oh, Shivers, yeah.
Shivers is your connection to the city. I went high Shivers because I was doing. So my run was kind of came together perfectly. In part of my initial regret was I did a high fizz build because I was going in like. You know, I don't see anyone talk about a high fizz build, and let's do it and let's have a bit of a laugh. Let's not, you know, people have probably overhyped this a bit. Let's not take it too seriously. But then I was so invested and I was semi-regretting the high fizz. But then by the time it had kind of come to it, I really didn't. I was like, I liked my dumb idiot Harry and it just worked out.
Yeah.
Like,
and I think when we were talking earlier about like how, you know, with MGC and like how people analyze games and stuff, there is like something like a really interesting feeling from Disco Elysium that I got that like I sometimes get in games where it's like I had that like really interesting first experience with that game and like I'll carry these moments with me. And then kind of learning like the little behind the scenes like flags and mechanics that make that stuff happen is like, huh. It'd be like if you fell in love with someone and then like somebody explained the brain chemistry of how that happened. It's like, yeah, interesting. Like, you know, how these little things ping together and that was the results that came from it. Because like, again, not to evoke what happens, but
fuck.
learning the different permutations of how stuff can happen and literally being based on like either small numbers that like happen in that conversation or like things that had been building up throughout the entire game is like, really cool that I've learned this stuff, and now learning that if I pull at those strings, I could get a different result, you know?
I think I'm gonna die. This is faster than I am. Fuck.
Oh no.
I was looking at a message in chat, like, saw someone calling it the worst RPG I've ever made, you know, for Rick and Morty fans. There's like two kinds of people who really hate it, and nah, that's not right. What I'm going to say is, that's an opinion where you can tell someone has made up an opinion, less to have that opinion, more to be different with it.
Like, because the Rick and Morty thing, do they just mean, like, you have to be very intelligent to enjoy this game, which
It's
is
like, it's calling it Reddit cool, is the
Yeah,
thing.
exactly. Reddit.
I hate to say it, but if you're in a conversation with that guy again, Reddit is everything now. 4chan is Reddit, Twitter is Reddit.
Yeah,
4chan is Twitter. Reddit is Twitter. It's all.
Reddit is another way of saying. Reddit is another way of saying slop. It's
like,
slop of a different breed.
Yeah. John Green said everything is
it's the shorthand
but he
for
overlooked
it's the thing
Reddit.
that everyone's experiencing, but I don't like it. You know.
It's just a new word for normie.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
Reddit is distinct from normie, even though it is meaningless.
Well, no, it's distinct in that slightly enthusiastic normie, I guess. But even then, it's like, yeah, it's just out of different words for every single year. But they are, you know, the World Economic Forum is they're announcing what the new word is in a couple of weeks, which is exciting.
Oh my god,
Fun.
They said, guys, retire your stocks in Reddit. We're coming up with a new word for this. It's like I think about this all the time where people say like, oh, this is video essayist core, or oh my god, this is like a video essayist video, and it's like in a week's time we're gonna move on to like a different term for that.
You know, I would like if they
Remember
said
when
retire.
like people
I
were
would
saying
like...
that like, you know, video essay isn't like a term to describe like their work, and you know, people were like trying to come up with different ways of saying video essay.
And it was mostly just from the fact that I don't want the stink of being a video essayist, and it's like, why?
You know what,
because
though,
somebody
James,
somebody I respect said they were cringe, and I was like, oh, okay.
When you said like retire your stocks in Reddit, we're coming up with a new word. I would like if they did say that, and then Reddit stocks actually went down. You can get Reddit stocks. Did you know that? It's publicly traded.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
I
you
knew,
can also
I knew
get,
it
like,
was a
Twitter
publicly
stocks.
traded company, which is fucking weird. That a forum is an IPO. Like, you know, you got people in, you know, you got Leo and Wolf of Wall Street. Like, these guys are having a conversation about, you know, which actress has the best tits. Buy on the dollar. Buy.
I'm getting an
Like-
E rank for this. These do get fucking hard.
Yeah. Are there video essayists who's never made a written essay before? I mean, there's people who are more into the video side of stuff than the essay side of stuff, which
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
There's like people that like are more into it as like a way of like doing comedy.
or like doing good night, like slick video editing, or like
Yeah, and that's not even necessarily say that they're like bad videos. Like
Oh, no,
there's like the
they're not
video
at
of
all.
like
I mean-
like Eddie Burback visiting every rainforest cafe.
Yeah, like, I mean, if you ask me, like, is that and then it becomes the definitional thing of, no true Scotsman wants a video essay, and it's like, it's whatever you want, it's whatever your definition is, really.
Like, five years ago,
enough about the term.
5 years ago, people were having this argument about the word reviews. It's just
Yeah,
the next
exactly. Well,
stage
yeah,
up.
exactly. What's a review? And then 5 years, 10 years before that, it was what's a let's play?
Oh god, yeah. So we'll make up a new, slightly different medium, and then we'll argue what it is forever.
Well, yeah, like TikTok's probably going through that right now of like, well, what counts
What's a
as
TikTok?
like,
What's the top?
what's a tick and what's a tug?
TikToks are they're my least favorite vines.
There we go.
Yeah.
No,
it's-
and a TikTok
sweet,
via video
ever
essay.
since I added it to my fucking wish list, I will get an email every week telling me that Gibbon Through the Trees is on sale, and it's like, I'm probably never buying it.
What the fuck is Gibbon through a tree again?
Sweet, fucking Gibbon Through the Trees is like your ultimate video game. Is you play as a monkey, and it's like a platforming game where you do big swings.
Oh hell yeah!
I think Swede's ultimate game is 8.
But can you survive in the way that your ancestors
Oh yeah, no,
did?
Gibbon through.
Actually, wait, no, Snake. Well, I didn't quite hear what you said, but I think I know what you said, which is Ape Out would be Swede's ultimate game.
That wasn't what I said, but
Oh, what did you say?
I said Ape War, but I completely forgot
no.
about Ape Out.
Now I remember it. Yeah, no.
What's Ape War?
A
why
multiplayer shooter. Holy fuck, I'm dying again.
You play as
hell yeah.
apes.
You play as apes, yeah. It's just a third-person shooter, but you play as apes. It's really...
Oh, fair enough. I mean, I guess we would like that more because you kind of like it when like apes are given like slight anthropomorphic qualities, such as can smoke a cigar or shoot a gun.
Yeah, like
Or-
an ape with an AK.
So
you know?
wait, but so like would that be like a furry thing, right?
No.
It's like okay, you like the ape. But,
Yeah,
like, they
I mean,
have
but that's
like,
the interesting thing is that because we're obviously primates and apes are so close to us genetically, like where does the like that is an interesting question about anthropomorphism, is that like how many human qualities are we projecting onto them, or are these just qualities that they have innately?
Also, no, it wouldn't be furry at all, Chariot. Like furry is a
Because
very...
like apes don't have eyebrows, but they do have prominent brows that they can express with, you know?
Yeah. God, I'm just looking.
Is Leatherface a theory? I mean,
I'm looking up in the channel. I fucking remember. Fucking just. God, that show was racist.
Oh my
Ali
God, wait.
Assassin.
Has there been, like, a furry slasher, like, villain?
You know what?
I mean,
I
Ready or
can't
Not
think
has
of
them all
one.
dressed up like wolves, but that's kind of more like, wolves
Oh,
up,
damn it,
that's
why was
just
I
the
trying to
kind of
sell?
etymology of wolves feeding on lambs kind of thing, but...
You guys are all
I mean, I
thinking
guess
it.
the
There's,
thing
like,
would be,
there's
like, 'cause
juice
with-
here. There's juice in a...
No, because with a lot of
slasher.
slashes, it's kind of like, okay, let's go through them. So, like, Michael Myers wears a mask of a human because essentially
Shat- Oh, fuck.
his kind of thing is about, like, he doesn't really consider himself like a human being. It's more like he's kind of wearing it almost as kind of like pantomime of like, this is what you assholes look like. Freddy Krueger looks like that because he got melted in a boiler because he was
He was the son of 100 madmen.
he was the son of 100
He was
maniacs.
burned in a furnace for being a paedophile. What a backstory.
Well, that's the thing. Is like depending on either they assumed he was a pedophile or he actually was a pedophile. It depends on.
The original series does not make it clear. They
Yeah,
just-
the original series is like in the 80s. They were like, we don't even know what that is. Like
We've
that can't be
never even
reclaimed
heard, we've
yet.
just heard this word pedophile across the
They-
pond. We're
they hint
40
more that-
years.
No, they say that like he has such, and it's like, oh, what, like David Bowie and all these cool artists from the 60s did. He sounds like a pretty cool guy.
Yeah. No, like I think it implied more that he was a child killer.
Yeah, no, I think that was the reason why. Yeah, because he was like luring kids to the boiler and then killing them, and that was why they kind of. But then it's the reboot that kind of changes the context to no, he's a.
Yeah, the
he's a-
reboot
he's a
explicit
pedo.
that he's a pedo.
Why would they
So-
make lovable old Freddy a paedophile?
You know what? Good question. I'd say what he's not very lovable in the reboot.
I saw, yeah, he doesn't look very lovable. I've never
No, he's
seen the
not a.
reboot.
I mean, that is the thing about reboots. You know, they have to be darker and grittier. So.
Oh no, that was the case in the year in the era that came out, but not really any. Like a lot of reboots now are just like.
They're not
Actually,
really,
I'm trying to think of, like, what
not
the
really
most recent-
rebooting slashers
I
now, unless like
don't
you got Chucky.
maybe I'm just saying that because I recently watched like an Angela Collier video on Star Trek Picard, where the big idea was, oh, what if the Federation
Well,
was
no, I'm gonna say this: reboots
evil?
nowadays are more pedantic. They're not darker; they're just more fucking.
Yeah. Also, Picard was.
Well, yeah, like because I was trying to think of like any because like where's horror at the moment, and we're still kind of in that A24 zone of just like, what if the ghost was just a really bright light?
Like
And
the,
what if,
it
like,
seems the process for rebooting at the moment is going through every like Reddit thread where someone wrote plot hole and then correcting all of those by making the film more boring.
That's what I mean. Like, what's a recent reboot?
No,
I'm
no,
gonna say
because they
reboot,
don't
but like those
reboot.
Lion King films and basically. All
Oh
the
yeah,
Disney
no,
reboots,
like,
which
yeah,
are
no,
like,
those
I'm
are,
gonna
but
we're
I
gonna
mean,
fill
those are
in the
mostly
holes.
just plot for plot, but just with, hey, what if this looked
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
you
those-
know,
those are
like the
remakes.
Lion King's weird because it's like their standard was we wanted to make it look like Planet Earth footage, which is kind of gross in a way of like, you know, hey, if we kill all the lions in Africa, at least we can just make them on a computer.
No,
like,
what I was gonna say, like, so here's the thing: the franchises they would reboot in the past, they're making them reverent sequels now. You know, the fucking Ghostbusters sequel.
Oh yeah,
no,
yeah.
yeah, actually, no, yeah, Ghostbusters is maybe a good example of that because
Yeah.
like. Because
It
that's
had
just a
what-
film that, well, it's not really a reboot. It's a legacy thing of just like,
Yeah, no, that's what I
guys,
said, James.
can we
It's
all
not a
talk about
Legacy,
how important?
yeah, legacy sequels is what Swede was
Yeah,
saying.
I said.
Legacy sequel, yeah.
Or as I call it, a reverence sequel because it reveals.
Yeah,
the
but I
original.
mean, like, they aren't reboots because they're not like
Yeah,
having
it's
to
just like-
explain who
that's,
the.
and then that's what my point. That the D series, Ghostbusters did get a reboot, but like these are series that would get reboots. They don't get them anymore because they're.
Actually, I guess the proof of the pudding, and I guess let's put a pin and we'll do this conversation in a few months' time. Superman's getting rebooted, so I guess we'll find out what is the tenor of how we do reboots now. Which I guess they did do a new Superman cartoon.
Yeah, and I mean, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna look
Yeah.
at
Didn't they have that? Didn't they have that TV series that I only ever saw like one scene from, where it's like him saying like, "Oh, my mum knitted this," and people were like, "That's cute. That's
Yeah, no, that's what like.
I remember
Yeah,
people saying like, yeah,
my
it's like,
adventures
oh
with
man,
Superman.
like, we
where...
like
Yeah.
wholesome Superman.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, let's make Superman a nice, which again feels like it's very reactionary to, oh, Zack Snyder made him too gritty, so we need to like realign him. But like, even Superman in the comics like drank a beer, while this guy is a bit too much of kind of like a. I don't want to sound like a fucking insane like right wing guy. Like Superman's too soft now. He should beat people up more.
It's
often,
more
'cause-
designed to be like a big soft boyfriend in that.
Well, yeah, it's the thing of like, oh, he's a Boy Scout, and it's like, yeah, but like Boy Scouts would smoke cigarettes, you know?
Yeah,
You don't know
Yeah,
what
yeah,
Boy
they,
Scouts
uh,
are doing with those
yeah.
ropes.
James, you know famously that Superman would not smoke a
I
cigarette.
mean they know a
That
lot
is
of
true.
knots.
Superman famously he does say, "Don't say yes to a cigarette" or whatever the fuck
And
he was.
just after he threw a fucking Irishman into the stratosphere.
That's
Now
fine.
you're only assuming he's Irish because his surname has an O in it. He could be Scottish.
His name is Nick
No,
O'Teen.
no, like what? Wouldn't Superman have more of a reason?
I'm gonna
to
say
smoke,
Nick
though?
O'Teen
Like,
is not like an Irish, you know.
Yeah, that's not a traditional Irish
Okay, but
surname. The
here's the thing.
O'Teens.
Okay, so here's the thing.
It does
He
sound
has
more
red
Irish
hair.
than Scott, though.
It-
I'll
okay,
give
here's
some.
the-
Well, yeah, but that's funnily enough, they're very close to one another.
I
There's a
mean,
lot
I
of
get they're
cultural
both
crossover.
Gaelics, but you know, there's still distinctions. I'd still
Okay,
go.
but
This sounds a
here's
bit
the
more
argument.
Irish than Scotch.
here's my argument. He also has red hair, and he was
Fuck, fuck,
animated
fuck, fuck,
by
fuck.
he was animated by an Englishman, and we all know what they think about the Irish.
They animate them.
Yeah.
I thought we didn't animate the Irish quite famously. We quite removed a
Yeah,
lot.
we
of
kind
emotion
of try
from
and
them.
forget about them. Personally, I for one, I'm happy with Puppy Super. You know what? I mean, considering the point of the character is meant to be like, hey, what if a really nice guy, what if a really powerful guy existed and he was nice? Yeah, don't hate that idea versus like, what if a powerful guy existed and he was an asshole? It's
James
like,
Gunn's
buddy, we're living in it.
James Gunn's Superman is not gonna be like darker than fucking Sharks.
Oh no, the James Gunn one's just gonna be like, I mean, they'll just split the difference between the cartoon one and like, I don't know, like the lighter moments of Man of Steel, basically.
Probably will also. It probably looks. I mean, it looks good
About
too.
to just, what the fuck are you?
He's gonna be like, you know, Peter Parker in the Marvel ones when you get like a moment to give him any character, where it's like, yeah, he helps his aunt out who feeds the homeless, and you know.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm mostly hyped for it because Guy Gardner is in it, and like
That's true.
Hey,
when he
sweet,
does look like an asshole.
sweet, look, it's the guy. Look at this thing.
Sweet, look, it's Weibo.
He's a little rat guy. We
Oh my god, it's a
We
powerful
stan a
rat.
king. We stand a stinky
It's a
king.
powerful rat. But yeah, I'm just waiting to see. Like, I just wonder how many times will Guy Gardner get someone punch him in the face?
Any of you watch Superman and Lois? I like that. Yeah,
No, I've
couple
not
of
watched it.
episodes. I mean, famously, I've seen like every single episode of Smallville. So
I'm not much of a
Famous to me, at
superhero
least.
guy. I'm more just kind of watching.
no, you
Daredevil
never.
for my-
You know. When we did that
I
Batman campaign, it
haven't
was like
watched a ton of-
hidden veggies trying to get that stuff in.
Yeah, you like Punisher, and that's it.
You like the
No, I like,
Punisher, you
I like
Spider-Man.
Daredevil, and that's it. But I do like Punisher. Actually, no, I like Daredevil. I like Punisher, and when I was a kid, I liked Spider-Man. And I guess I still like.
do you
Spider-Man.
like Judge Dredd?
Oh yeah, I'm okay. I
You
don't.
only
Really,
like,
I
well,
think
you
it would
never read
be.
them, but wait,
I
oh
think
my
it would
God,
be
Snake,
kind
you're
of.
in the game.
Hey, wait, can I say a word? I think it would be kind of fake for me to say that, you know, I really like him because I've only really consumed the game and not.
You like, I mean, you like the idea of
And
him
the
because we did the game on Bullet Time,
Yeah.
and you know, you like the film.
Yeah, I like the
but-
film. Where is this snake?
He's on this stream. He's playing the game.
Yeah, but I've got to kill one as well. Do I have to
Yeah,
attack
but if
myself?
you kill, I mean, if the snake dies in the game, does he die in real life?
Oh, there he is.
There
Somehow I
he
missed
is.
that.
There.
Also, when
Oh my
When
god,
you're
I'm
shooting,
getting
like,
flashbacks to that fucking
What
that
I'm gonna
Frontiers
say,
boss.
this is very. Is this gonna be better or worse than the one in Sonic Frontiers?
yeah.
probably better.
Do I have to attack these? Nope, that
No,
hurts me.
I mean,
I think you have to hit
controversial,
the head.
Yeah, the head. That makes
controversial
sense.
opinion, Sweet. Sonic Frontiers is okay.
Yeah, Sonic
Oh, I meant
Frontiers
like the
is
bo-
fine, sweet.
I
Like,
meant the boss.
oh, well, that boss is just tricksy. Man, I'm done.
It's like the other day you did a mean joke about Batman Origins, and I was like, you don't even mean that. You just
No, I
you know,
don't.
you see an opportunity for a joke, and it's just like.
yeah, but you knew I was joking, so you know.
I mean, I was crying about it, and I did have to ask to Joe and Skeleton. And he was like, "No, we'll ask him and ask if he was joking."
Just yeah,
Did-
but you understand. I see an opportunity,
I was
and it's more
punching
about.
drywall for a good hour.
You didn't have the heart to tell me like about the jokings.
I need to get. You know what? I'm gonna be a bit cheeky. I'm gonna be a shitter right now because I've got the only way I can get health is by getting near misses. So I'm just gonna run
Oh.
near stuff.
I was really close to saying I should replay Origins, but I already replayed Origins.
It's annoying it's annoying that like enemy attacks don't count for close calls. You'd think that near dodging a bullet should give you some juice. This might have been
Yeah,
a bad decision.
it should have like the Toho effect.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, where
Yeah.
like
Which is also the name of your podcast, the Toho Effect.
yeah.
We're working our way through the.
I don't know what the
Toros.
Toho effect is, but I guess that's what the podcast is
Well,
for.
the podcast is about like news, reviews, stuff like that, but it's all through the angle of Toho, because Toho is live, you know.
Jerry, have you ever gotten into bullet
There's so
hells?
much Toho content out there. Yeah, you could like, you know, survive entirely by watching Toho clips.
You know,
Hey,
you know,
Chariot.
Hollow Man, we all agree with you. We're all big fans of, apart from, I mean, I don't know if you've even played it, Snape, but me and Sweet, big fans of Origins.
I've only played it on the Wii U, which kind of messed me up.
Best way to play it. That was the target platform for Batman Origins.
So,
Was it?
Chariot, have you ever like gotten into bullet hells? That seems like something you would have given a shot.
I played a decent number of them for Arcade a Day.
Ah, okay.
Oh.
and like I have also I have played like the PC 98 Toho games. So like yeah, I've played a decent number of them. I would not say that I'm particularly good at them.
I'm terrible.
But
I'm fucking dog.
Yeah, I'll definitely play a bullet hell every now and then.
Yeah.
This is a fun boss. This game got. I'm happy to say, though this was the risk of streaming a high-speed platforming game. This game did get tougher than I had imagined. But then that's because I played the demo a bunch before. I've probably got this locked in, not realizing the difficulty might escalate pretty well. Where is this dang snake?
So you have a dislike of Night. I understand the dislike less than the dislike of Arch. I think Night is just kind of a victim of the time it came out because it was like it had Far Cry 3 style like checklisting stuff. And...
Oh, and bad PC port kind of hurt it on that front.
Oh yeah, no, it also had a notoriously bad PC port as well. But it's one of those things that time heals all wounds, as they say. And it's like the further we get away from like all of those mechanics being
reevaluation moment where people went actually. We didn't know what we had.
I mean, the funny thing is that it probably wouldn't really need much of one because the general, the mainstream consensus on Night was, no, this is the biggest Batman, ergo is the best Batman, which...
That's true. It's kind of like an offshoot of the City opinion.
Good.
Yeah,
It's like, you get some people are like, City's the best one because, open world, and you get people who go, Arkham's the best one because it was nice and tightly designed and has the atmosphere.
I mean, that's why I like it, but...
Yeah, that's also why I like it. And funny enough, I dislike City the most because I feel like it just isn't as good as the others.
No, City's like an awkward, they hadn't quite figured out how to do open world stuff, and not to the extent of like, it's an interesting experiment because of that, but more just like, no, it just feels a bit half-baked a lot of the time. The only Batman game I would say is genuinely bad is the fucking PSP one, and that is shocking considering it was made by the people who made Metroid Prime.
You mean all the Arkham games?
Yeah. And I think the VR one's very good, but I'm not buying Zuckerberg's
because I was gonna say
free to play it.
Like you probably find
I own it.
SNES and NS ones really bad.
I have been out on VR for a while now, ever since Connie chewed my fucking headset.
That's true. Because I was worrying earlier, like, am I out on games because I'm on a... And literally I remembered, oh wait, no, I literally have been using Steam Remote Play to play Nubby, for 2 hours every single day since I've had my Mac. So it's like, no, okay, I guess I'm not out on games, I'm just out on anything that isn't Nubby at the moment.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, Nubby does... It has a certain appeal to it that,
let's just say, to the folks at home, I have gone full nub, and... It's hard to imagine life before nub, and it's really hard to imagine what life after nub will look like.
I mean, it's not hard for me, because, I'm living it. I'm living the nub life.
Well, no, you can empathize with my nub obsession at the moment.
Nubsession.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nubby is all-consuming.
Again, it's always the thing of, Assassin's Creed Shadows came out, but imagine if they had used that money to make 100 nub likes. They wouldn't have to go into business with what are they called? NetEase.
Yeah, no, I mean they genuinely just I don't know, it's got this interesting set of systems. And it's fun to just try to use them to overcome a challenge.
Oh, don't worry, Project Art, the dudes only stream. Toughest guys around on this call.
Tough lads, yeah. It's an odd man stream, odd nut stream.
Snake actually met all of us on the set of Britain's Hardest.
I think I'm only going to do one more run anyway. I don't know. I do deteriorate over time with these games. You play it for half an hour and you've got all the energy and focus. After 3 hours, you start.
It's why I think if I had to write a review of this game in my head, that maybe the only thing that I don't know if it entirely works for it, is the fact that it is kind of like an adventure game. Like, if it was just shorter roguelike style, just go for as long as you can kind of stuff, I don't know if that would work better as a structure.
I mean, they've kind of
they've
had their cake and eaten it too in that regard, because remember, once you finish a shard, you can just hit a button to like, oh, I just want to run forever, and they'll be like, all right, cool, have that. So it's in here.
Oh yeah,
but
yeah, that's
I do wonder if like
we're all rock hard.
Once the story is like finished, I'm gonna bet it will just kind of take on that. All right, now just do what you want formula.
Yeah, it just becomes an infinite runner essentially.
Yeah, it's like once you have all your gear. What I do hope is I unlock like a shard that's just gonna mix and match or progress through like.
You get like the mega shard, which you have to complete all the shards.
That would be
in
good,
order.
Yeah. Like, just a really long trial. God damn it. I'd like a really long trial as I get annihilated on level 1.
Well, and, like, one of the fun things about having longer runs is you get to accumulate more items.
That's exactly it, yeah. That's like I have been feeling a bit playing these last 3 hours. I feel like it could be because, well, demo was balanced differently to give you a bit more juice, but... Yeah,
is a video I've been writing on and off for the past 2 years of just that, like, not that it's entirely about that, but it's just, I think of the Just Cause 2 demo where I was like, this is perfect, this is a perfect video game, and then you play the whole of Just Cause 2 and it's like, I don't know what it is, but something just doesn't quite hit the same as the demo did. And I don't know whether it's because it was just like, they managed to perfectly size that thing for that, but then the moment you make it any bigger, it's like... But then it's weird to say the moment they made it bigger because the final game is how they intended the game to be, But open world Subway Surf. Yeah, that's this game. It's well, we all watched a video the other day that who's the guy who made it? But he was reviewing all like
I mentioned
the video
earlier.
games that you see in the background of drama videos.
Oh yeah,
yeah, the slop brain rot content games and like reviewing their quality as brain rot content, and it was really funny because he's a surfing channel, like he does Counter-Strike surfing stuff, so you can feel the fucking venom when he gets to like fucking Counter-Strike surf being used as slop content when he's actually likes surf.
Look how they've massacred my boy, yeah.
Like, yeah, and this could be brain rot content. We said it earlier. Maybe it will be.
I mean, it is fun to watch.
Yeah. This is probably being like live. This is probably being live streamed somewhere else muted while someone is talking about paedophile allegations right this second.
I mean, that's kind of been the stream from, going about joking about the N-word to talking about dramas that we're following and the like, it's podcast content. All somebody needs to do is just do vertical format, do that, use the AI app where it listens to the audio and generates subtitles, and you're going to be a TikTok trillionaire in no time.
I thought you were gonna say, they should use like the AI filter to like make it look like a Ghibli movie.
That too, yeah, and also use the AI content that makes us sound like Morgan Freeman would be good.
Here's all the overlays you need to watch this stream. So
imagine if you were on Beast Games and you said the N-word so loud that it had to be in the episode.
That's actually the start of Bruce Almighty 2 that they're working on.
Is that why he isn't in Bruce Almighty? Is that why it's Evan Almighty? Because it begins with Jim Carrey being like, I've just had a great idea. I like that my Jim Carrey sounds like the jokester. Yeah,
he could have been a jokester in another universe instead of a Riddler.
You know what? Yeah, if those Batman films had come out just a little bit later, they would have been like, this guy's got to be the Joker.
He had his Riddler role, which was kind of...
Well, that's what I mean. That film is insane because it's literally like two actors who we've known for manic performances are both just going to play the Joker, but because we already did that character, they have to be different Batman villains.
Maybe I should...
Yeah, Vulgus. So that was what the video was about, was the began with the thesis of Leafy uses surfing videos for his fucking drama stuff.
Yeah. one video I really enjoy is, I think the channel's name is Repstar, Repstar. He did a video, "Was Leafy a good surfer?" which was genuinely like, just totally ignores the drama. He just mentions, so at this time he was calling this one ugly, but I don't care about that. Let's talk about what surf level he was on. And it's like, you can tell he's getting worse at surfing. He's losing his edge.
I like it when people have that kind of like really specific obsession. My dad was that, but for sort of the designs and makes of phones. Like, if you would watch a film that was set in a particular time period, he could tell you whether the phones were like accurate or not.
That's interesting.
And not even down to the year that they came out, but also the location. Like, if you were watching a film and it was set in the 1960s Italy, he could be like, no, that's like the wrong type of Marconi overhand phone. They would use a different style of that. I remember this because like when we would watch Ashes to Ashes, he'd be like, yeah, all the phones are fucking wrong. It's like,
Interesting.
There are some things.
Yeah, they were phony.
Oh, would these boost me up in the air or kill me? Answered. I shouldn't have done that. I had to test.
Well, you have to do it once to,
exactly.
And then do it again by accident.
Man, those deal a lot of damage.
I was gonna say, unfortunately, they're not video game guises. They're real life guises in a video game.
Damn it!
They tricked you.
And they're boiling water.
They had to know people would do that. They'd see the guys.
It's like the evil version of coconuts for horseshoes, isn't it?
Yeah. Like in real life, I might get killed by a geyser, just like I might get killed by a Blastoise.
It's like you're running really fast and you see a waterfall and it's like, there'll be a cave behind there, and then you just run into it and just like, fuck your face really badly.
Where am I going? Oh, that I am kind of going to blame that on the level design. It just threw me there. All right,
that is a business idea of just making a video game that people could use as like a brain rot backdrop game. But the problem is that somebody would buy it once and then like everyone else would steal their footage because like no one's recording their own Subway Surfers footage.
Yeah, that's true. Can you imagine that there's a really?
These people a lot
I like
more
to imagine there is a
record
really industrious brain rot content producer who wakes up and he's like, right, gotta get 2 hours of Subway Surfers prepped.
I mean, I've had this idea before that I'm surprised there's not Shutterstock for game footage of like I know that we all have like. We do the thing where, we'll record gameplay footage and we might stick it on like Snowman does that and you've done that and stuff like that of just uploading your gameplay footage that people can use on their own. But there is like a really kind of interesting, like, not snobbery, but like, we do know people who are like, oh, if you're not using your own gameplay footage, then I can't take your opinion seriously, kind of thing.
Yeah, they kind of see that as a mark, like, oh, you clearly haven't played the game. And some people, on the opposite end, they get really... There was a debate the other day about should you credit all your footage sources, and the obvious answer is yes, you should.
Yeah.
But I will admit to having levels with this. If it's just like straight story playthrough, no editorializing, no thing, I will credit your channel unless you've watermarked the footage and I can't find anything better, in which case, fuck you. You get the watermark. You don't get a link because you've ruined
Mine
this
is like... if I use like gameplay footage, I will credit it. But if it's like a trailer or like a gameplay trailer, like there's no point.
Yeah, that's that's just like the company.
If it's edited footage, I'll put a caption on the screen. That's like my levels. Like you watermark the footage, you've got your watermark there, bud. Hope it says your channel name because you've made this footage worse for it. If you didn't watermark it and it's pure footage, I give you a link. If you've like done really edited video, your name is I'm making sure your name is fucking in there because that's only fair.
Yeah.
You've put some real work.
Yeah, like when I did my I did a nuts and bolts video either last year or the year before, and like I featured like a bunch of like creations that people had made because that was the point of it. Like every credit was like in that video because of it. You know?
Yeah.
This is like because I missed a Billy bullet point, and if I'm just gonna mention like an offhanded game for 5 seconds, well, like even not like a second, but I still want footage of it, it's like I'm not gonna go and like record 5 hours of Super Mario World
Oh,
to get
God,
the
no.
exact shot that I want, you know?
Yeah, that's the absurd part. It's like, unless you just kind of keep all that stuff on backups, like, oh, I need this late level footage.
And then it becomes a question of like,
Yeah.
I mean, if you did YouTube professionally, is it like, okay, 2 days out of the week is going to be spent footage covering, not for the new video, but for like future videos, you know?
Well, I mean that is maybe where like my like footage hoarder like tendencies come from, where
And
I'm
again,
like,
like,
well, I
that's
have to
why I
record
think-
everything.
Having
Just in
a
case.
Shutter stock, but for game footage is, you know, could be a $1 million idea.
Can you
but...
imagine though, like all of the because there are, I know a guy who like was struggling to find full-time work, who suddenly made a decent amount of money when he would just upload long plays of like Sonic Generations, and then they would pop
Oh,
up
yeah.
and get like 10 million views, and it's like, what the fuck? You're like 10 million views on that. Part of me was like, that knowing how much you make off of YouTube with one ad was like, the fuck?
There's
What
a
YouTube
video
lottery
that I
did you
saw the other
win?
day, which was about a video which was footage of Cars 2, which has like 100 million views or something bizarre like that. And they were trying to figure out like, why is this video? Like again, like they didn't use the term successful because like that's not like a thing of like, you know, you can't really replicate that sort of thing. It's more like, why is this video as popular as it is? And I think it was just a thing of people were googling like, I want to watch Cars 2 on YouTube, and they would just watch this gameplay footage instead, you know?
Yeah. As there's a again, to go to another channel, there is another channel I know which their biggest video is like one of the Pokemon movies, but because the title is so long, it's not easy to see that it has at the end like brackets commentary. So you get a lot of people really mad expecting the movie when it's just a still image and two guys talking over that. And so he had to just go like in the fucking things like, guys, it's a commentary, it's not the movie. Stop getting
Yeah,
mad.
no, because the idea is like you're meant to like play it alongside.
Yeah, you load up the thing.
And again,
elsewhere.
it'd be cool if there was just like a compensation system for that. Like again, like Shutterstock, like you could upload all your footage to this one website, and you would just get like, yeah, like just small royalty charges every time people used your stuff, you know?
Yeah, that
I
would be
do
nice.
wonder
It's funny. I've gotten a lot of people watching the nubby footage that I put on the game footage
I
archive.
mean, Chariot, the funniest thing I think is if you go by popular, you have the same thing that like every big newspaper or website has figured this out, is that they will get hits every single day for Wordle or connection solutions. And the Wordle and connections videos that you upload to YouTube get hits because of that, of people wanting to find the solution to Wordle for the day.
That's why every gaming website now has all gone guides, because guides are just SEO fucking gold.
I was chatting to somebody about that the other day because I was like, "Oh, it'd be nice to, you know, write for websites and stuff." And it was like, "Yeah, if you want to write for like websites, you do guides." And it's like,
Oh fuck! Oh
again,
fuck!
like I don't have the time, I don't have the patience for stuff like that, you know. If I was a younger person with nothing but free time, maybe, but
I mean, a lot of them are AI gen as well, so.
all that as well, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's weird that guide writing came back, but in the most cynical way possible.
Yeah, and that was something that was like, you know, I'm sure there's going to be like a video about that where it was like, I missed the era where it was somebody on NeoSeeker that would do their own ASCII art for the logo, but now it's all been IGN and stuff have taken over, and it's like, yeah,
Oh,
because
and
it's
like to be
lucrative.
fair, like if it is like being AI generated, like what's it like pulling that information
Probably
from?
from-
Like how does
probably
it
from
know?
other
Thing, AI
guides.
can't do it from
Wiki.
scratch, so unless it's lying.
It's pulling it from wikis and like informations.
And, then,
Like,
and that's right. Like again, who's writing the wikis? You know?
Well,
fan.
the few suckers who are feeding the AI.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, Snake, did you ever get caught in the AI machine? As in, like, did you ever do that thing of? It was about a year or two ago, but like somebody had done an investigation that like.
I think I looked into it and no, I was safe. I didn't get pulled into the AI machine.
Meanwhile, there's still two of mine.
I did. You know what?
Which-
I was thinking earlier. There was a guy who like he translates a lot of Mandalore's videos, and he did a couple of mine, and he mentioned how they were getting
Yeah.
harder. And I kind of realized there are some channels in like Spanish-speaking countries and basically every other language country where they'll take a popular YouTuber and they'll just kind of do a Spanish language version of their stuff. And
Yeah,
I realized,
like-
I think I'm invulnerable to that because of the amount of puns that you would need to fucking, like...
Well,
work
yeah,
out
no, you have like with the, oh, we couldn't translate this Japanese number pun, it wouldn't make sense in English kind of thing, but
Yeah.
you have the opposite. Whereas it's funny, like, this guy doesn't steal other people's content, but somebody I do thumbnails for now and again is like
Pun
one of the
DRM.
biggest Spanish gaming, like, analyst guys, but, like, you'd have no idea, you know?
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
Right.
Sometimes you do find out, like, you know, you find it in English as well, but the whole wide world, there are giant international celebrities with like hundreds of millions of subs that we're never gonna know about. We're never gonna.
Well, yeah, like T-Series was always the funniest thing
Yeah.
with that, was that, oh my god, you can't let them overtake PewDiePie, and it's like, the nation of India is fucking gigantic.
Yeah, like you cannot, you know, yeah, that's just like not compatible with.
Yeah, like, he has an international fan base, but it's too diffuse, because all he does is play games. They upload music videos from fucking Bollywood movies.
Ah, fuck.
You're dead, son. Like,
I do. There was a guy. I
And
had
also,
a, I had
you
a
know,
friend.
your
I had a
T-
friend in
T-Series
university
doesn't-
who he did. Oh fuck, I'm dead. Oh.
Oh,
I had a
he's still
friend
alive.
in university who he made a lot of money just uploading like Iranian fucking music videos to a YouTube channel because they would just generate hits. He made like 16 grand off of that before he got shut down.
I mean, I guess I suppose China's technically the largest country on Earth, but I mean, India's got to be pretty close, you know?
They're both like
They're
massive
both
populations.
gigantic, yeah. Which,
No,
yeah, is why all my...
that guy was working to be a producer, and that does seem like a producer mechanic. He figured out a way to make money. He fucking took it.
Which, again, is why in 2025 my big move is I'm going to become the Chinese Jacob Geller. Not as in I'm Chinese myself, but more just I'm going to make videos like that, but in Chinese. So...
Well, yeah, I mean, you've already posted like the Jeff Keighley video.
Yeah, that's true. I did use I used somebody's fucking computer generated changes your voice to translates it to, not only translates it to a different language, but it matches your voice. And if it's a video of you talking, it will change the mouth flaps to also match, which is fucking weird, but
Oh, that
Yeah, I'm
lasts
gonna
a
do-
lot longer now.
I'm gonna do Chinese the search for the last great secret in fucking
You're gonna have to
Shadow of the
you're gonna have to
Colossus.
consult with Felipe Pepe about this. But they'll go.
maybe,
You
yeah.
realize this sounds very exploitative.
That's true. Well, no, but it'll be a new script. It's just I'm just gonna reuse ideas that worked. You know. I mean, that's what they say. Is what to do to be big on YouTube. Is that
Yeah, you
if
just
somebody was
recycle.
successful with this idea, do the same idea. So. It's like everybody was really getting into doing videos about like dead MMOs for a couple of weeks because.
Oh, I feel like we're still in that era.
I think we are as well, yeah.
There's stragglers at the very least that are still
Yeah,
We
like.
still have Japanese soldiers that don't know
Right,
the
There are
rules
still
and-
and, like, I feel like
prospectors
the
in
whole
those
like
hills.
dead MMO thing is just like an extension of the liminal space thing.
Oh yeah.
it's 10 bajillion percent.
So
yeah.
like it's just kind of like the same concept but like changing.
Yeah.
I need a way to generate health right now.
It all boils down to like, you know, two ideas, which is here's something that you don't know about, but I do, but you'll be cool if you learn about it, or here's what everyone's talking about right now, and you know, here's my take.
I blame Just Strife for the MMO craze.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
a
mean,
fan,
there
I
is
can
a
see it.
guy that I do thumbnails for that I mean, he's never going to listen to this. I don't particularly like him, but he is just. It is just a straight rip-off of the Josh Strife style, to the extent of, yeah, I'm hoping to like have his audience.
Wait, what do you mean MMO craze? Is there like a craze of making MMO videos?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people who love talking about like all dead MMOs because yeah, you get that liminal space quality, you get that.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
just an easy story.
Yeah, it's like oh my, well, it's like there's like that like video game that's like ooh, it's like set in a lobby of like a dead. Like,
Oh,
first-person
zero players
shooter.
online. Yeah. Well, there's a few.
Yeah,
games.
it's
There's
like,
more
ooh, this
games-
is like
there's
such a
multiple
scary
games like that.
game.
I saw the funniest thing yesterday, which was we're in the I mean, Nobby kind of touches on it a little bit, but we're now in that kind of craze of recreating the look of like early kind of shitty CG and like, Winamp skins and stuff like that. And I mean, horror is always the great barometer for stuff like this, because people are always in the audience for horror. Like, horror will always be kind of the lead in what trends are and stuff. And somebody made a shitty point-and-click horror game, which is they literally just stole a DK what's the name of the company where they make books where it's like the complete encyclopedia of Lego or the complete encyclopedia of Africa, and it's just
yeah. I know what you're talking about.
It's all like really high resolution images of like birds and stuff. Well, they did a CD game back in the 90s called like My Human Body, and like a cartoon skeleton with like a shitty looking CG cartoon skeleton with human eyes.
I played it as a kid.
Like I played this game as like it was a multimedia hot like burner. Somebody has made a shitty screamer horror game where they just nicked all of the footage from that and then added their own stuff on top, and all the stuff they've added is the same bullshit. Like Ducky Ducky Literature, we put a weird text file on your desktop that says "Kill me, I'm alive, I'm in your computer." Scary image of a real skeleton pops up and says "I'm not dead" and stuff like that. But just the blatancy of just them nicking the footage from this multimedia game, and all the comments underneath this video going, "Wow, that cartoon skeleton you made for this game is so creepy," and it's like,
wow,
they didn't make it, but they just fucking stole it.
And he's also not creepy, like at all.
I mean, he's odd looking. I mean,
Yeah, but he's not creepy.
I mean, skeletons are scary, sweet. I don't know if you know this.
Nah, he's a goofy skeleton.
Well, I mean, everyone's got one.
You know, I feel like a pansy.
jellyfish.
I feel like a pansy for saying it, but it did fall off of fucking Your Turn to Die when it just became Screamerville for a bit, and I was like, oh, fuck off.
Yeah,
I hate
but
that.
also, like, James, the way you explain it sounds like it's not scary at all. Then.
Risky time. Let's play
Well,
risky.
it's not scary to me because I'm a big tough man who,
It sounds more.
eats steak for every meal. But like, again, the comments are all like they find it completely effective because either they're kids who absolutely love horror content, or it's just like people who don't know any better, So hey, the guy did a thing, it worked, good job.
And was it like an actual game or was it like a video?
No, it's a real game, but it's like it has about as much interactivity as the e-learning that I build. It's like press next to continue, press next to continue. Oh, open these folders to find out more, kind of thing. But the whole point is like, oh my god, it's haunted software, because maybe you'll click an image and it'll expand and it'll be a real skeleton with blood effects on it, and it's like, whoa, I wasn't expecting that.
Just a thought.
Yeah, no,
struck me.
it's
Just a
like the
thought
whole like
struck me that it
Gemini
might be
home
a bit-
entertainment thing.
A thought struck me.
If
and
you're
it might
familiar
be a
with that
bit-
series.
A thought struck me, and it might be a bit obvious, but it's like, I think horror's often on the forefront of this because you can kind of get away with, if people don't vibe with the look, you can just say, well, it's horror, it's meant to be a bit.
Yeah,
jaggy,
you can do Schrodinger's arsehole and say, oh no, it was meant to look bad. Yeah.
Or it's also cheap.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. Like, horror works because you can do it like on, like, you can literally do horror for free. Boom.
Like horror games, you don't actually have to show a lot of monsters.
I was like, oh, actually, it's supposed to look dissonant because
Yeah. The best horror is literally nothing. Like, it's a fucking Give Her a Flowers. Anatomy by Kitty Horror Show is like one of the scariest horror games ever, and there's nothing happens in it.
I'm just thinking like Amnesia. That doesn't have like.
Yeah, Amnesia's a good one.
It doesn't have any like real like gameplay, combat, or whatever. It's just a voice.
Yeah, Volga, that's the point. It does go back to React videos of just like a lot of creations are based on stealing ideas, but it's the difference between doing it in a smart way. Yeah.
Yeah. Give me that.
Some people steal good, some people steal bad. There's a famous quote that I came up with about that, which is, bad art is coffee and good art is steel. So. And anyways, what do you think of Haste?
But that's
after-
I am very much
like,
liking Haste. I am very much
It is.
enjoying this. I am getting fucking humbled by it. Ooh,
Yeah, I was
you
gonna
can
say it does.
it gets
You've been
hard.
playing for 3 hours.
Yeah. I said, oh, we'll do this one, and then we'll leave. And then I was like, I died too quick. Let's try again. And then,
you got the bug.
yeah. Ooh,
Oh, I like the hands.
yeah.
Anyways.
I will say, like, you know, yeah, what we are saying about like the horror stuff, I think does like make Nubby like stand out a lot more. Yeah, because like it's not trying to be a horror game, but it still pulls off the look.
You know what?
In a way that's like pleasant and appealing.
I hate to say it's the next Balatro because that feels like a lazy, you know, kind of, you know, attribution. But it does have the thing that Balatro had, where I played that for the first time. I thought, oh, is the twist with this meant to be as haunted video poker? No, that was just a cool aesthetic that they went for.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I had that with the
it's
egg
just, like, big-
squeezer you showed me. The egg squeezer was
Yeah,
like, this is terrifying.
egg squeeze is the same thing. Where you like when you got it for me, Cherry, and I thought, oh, is this like a screamer? No, I thought. I shouldn't have even thought that you would do such a thing. It's
Also,
Yeah.
Yuji
I will say
Naka
about
would
no-
not hire this man. Yuji Naka would steal his programming.
Yeah.
Yuji Naka
like,
would
yeah,
walk
if
into that
Yuji
office.
Naka was still with us today,
Yeah.
what?
He's dead now. He's in prison. That's the
Oh,
same.
is he? He's
he's in prison.
Yuji Naka, you're dead
He
now.
announced his death earlier today, which was weird. Maybe it was an April Fool's, but
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
No, we don't do April Fool's jokes in April Fool's anymore. It's
Yeah.
gauche.
Yeah, no, James, you're
Yeah.
right in that Nubby is
Oh,
literally just
we'll
like
go
those
through
old
that.
kids games without having to fix the horror aspect to it.
No, and also Nobby has the, you know, it's like Cruelty Squad uses the art style, but in a kind of a more in a different way. But they both get like interesting
oh,
results.
oh,
out
I
of it.
missed. Fuck.
Yeah.
I am the bullet.
No, like Nubby's really good.
Yeah.
Your turning radius is so wide in this game. By the way, during the demo, I found one item once that was like, will give you a
Oh,
faster
tighten your
tu-
tighten
Yeah.
your turning.
Yeah, and I've not found that since. But I feel like I have to lead my shot on this boss. All right.
I mean, I think it's why I asked you because like put it in my script because I'm assuming you're playing this keyboard and mouse, right?
Yeah, I am. I do think it actually works, but it works very well keyboard and mouse. You can kind of see the way I'm scanning the environment.
Like
a
this
lot.
works fine on controller, but I think because of the turning, like feels more built for keyboard and mouse. Which is funny because I played that was part of the reason why I played Cluster Shock because I was like, oh, is it the same deal there?
Oh, fuck.
Not really. Like Cluster Shock works quite like I don't want to say it works better on a controller, but like I'd say they have quite equal parity. Whereas this feels like no, these are guys that make PC games.
Hell yeah.
You know,
Okay, the time dilation thing makes that boss a lot easier.
guys and gals.
Skip. I never play. I didn't. I mean, I was surprised earlier on when someone in chat said they played Cluster Truck on Switch. And I was like, that was on Switch.
Oh yeah, they it's not a new port, but it's yeah, they ported it to Switch.
You know, I
I
kind
mean,
of
again,
feel,
the
I kind of
Switch
feel
is-
like doing another. So when the stream isn't over, yeah. I'll do
Okay,
it.
that's fine. Man.
I'm just gonna call it personally.
Okay,
then,
that's
so
fine.
That's fair enough, sweet.
Yeah. I'm gonna do
Because I
one.
need
I'm
to
gonna
go
do
to-
one more.
I need to
No
go
more.
to bed.
Uno mas. One more.
Anyway.
I might need to might have to eat something in a second, but I'll
I mean,
figure
that's
that
fine.
out.
I'm probably wrapping up the stream soon anyway. I just want.
Oh yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
I'm just
There's
because I still
24-hour
have a cold.
McDonald's over the road, so I can go get a. Oh yeah, I mentioned McDonald's right at the beginning of the call. So we were having discourse about Snake. Have you had the Philadelphia cheese stack?
I have. I would sooner just get a double cheeseburger.
Would you say it's very similar to a double quarter pounder, but somehow just more?
No, exactly.
it
No,
has-
as I was eating it, I just thought they have just made a double quarter pounder worse to eat.
Yeah, they have. They've made the double quarter pounder of a cheese a worse sandwich. How did you manage that? Like, because again, we mentioned it to Kev because he's a Philly native, and it was like showing an Italian grandmother Olive Garden. He was just like, that has nothing to do with Philadelphia cheesesteak. What the fuck? But also just like, yeah, because like the cheese sauce doesn't really it's not an interesting texture. It just makes it a worse sandwich. Like sometimes it hits and sometimes it's just crap. And then there's 2 types of onions in it, and again, you don't get any of the texture from it having crispy onions because it's soaked in cheese sauce. So
people in the Midwest have nothing but time in their on their hands. Is that why there's a lot of American states that are so proud of their food? Because that's really all they've got.
I mean, that's work and eat, you know. You put your heart into both of them.
Maybe I'm English, so I can't relate to like, oh, we've got food to be proud of, even though we're actually fine.
We had a British style breakfast on Sunday. And it was very good. So I think British cooking's like. I guess it depends who's cooking it, I suppose. But
Well, it's like
weird...
fish and chips. Isn't that like British? Like
Swede was not. I mean, the thing is, though, I will say from having Swede recently visit. He was very unimpressed with fish and chips because it turns out frying some fish and putting it with chips.
Yeah, it turns out battered fish and chip and fried potatoes is you didn't need to be Isaac Newton to figure that one out.
Yeah,
it turns out they've been doing it for millions of years.
You can whack that shit together.
That said, I did really like Nando's.
I do actually really want to try a Philly cheesesteak. I'm sure I would be like, oh, it's just a steak and some fucking in a kind of sandwich.
I was gonna say I've made it for myself a couple of times. It's okay.
I also really like Greg's.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Greg's was the last place I took you, and I was quite happy that Greg's hit. Greg's was
the hero of the newspaper
why
was
the
written.
fuck didn't you take me this like earlier so I could have more?
Tell me that apparently, like, newspapers one of the worst things you can put chips in because it will soak up the ink.
If I go to UK,
that.
Maybe it's like squid ink though, and it's like a luxury.
Oh, interesting. Oh, yeah. you think that printer ink adds a nice umami flavor?
I mean, how different could it be from squid ink? Like, really?
I mean, that's true.
Both
we do famously use squids in the printing industry, you know.
Yeah. Anyway, James, before I go, the way you said that you had a McDonald's like across the road, I just instantly thought of that fucking scene from Toy Story 2. I can't believe I have to drive all the way to work on a Saturday.
Are you saying that I'm Big Al, but I work at the McDonald's over the front?
No, but it just make me think about it. Like, I can't believe I have to drive to McDonald's.
That was a bad idea.
I can't believe I have to feed myself, and yeah, I just do a donut in my car park and then walk to the McDonald's. I mean, Nando's. I see it from my kitchen window when I'm doing the dishes. So.
Wasn't there also like a KFC that you lived?
Yeah, the KFC Nando. Yeah, I'm at the KFC. I'm at the Nando's. I'm at the combination KFC and Nando's.
Do you live in a restaurant district?
Yeah, no, I live over the road from a shopping park. So
I will say, while it's not much better than standard, McDonald's the chili double cheeseburger's all right. That's fine.
I haven't had it because it just looked like a double cheeseburger but with jalapenos in it.
Yeah, that's.
Anyway, I'm gonna head off now. See you later. See ya.
All right, let's be actually. I really
Washington State food is apple. That's good.
Max energy.
I mean, I've said it many times, but my favorite McDonald's food item that they haven't brought back yet is the spicy chicken wrap. It was £1.29. It was a big select. It was a little bit of lettuce, cheese, and a spicy mayo, and you just hit the spot every single time. It was my go-to. I can't be bothered to have lunch in Network Rail is one of those and a single cheeseburger. And it came to like £2.29. And it was like, that's me done.
That's a bygone era.
I know that was 6 years ago, and it feels like an eternity ago.
Yeah, we're never gonna go back to that.
Dollar menu's gone. That's the nostalgia you can be fascist about.
You know what? That's when people. Well, I mean, because fascism and nostalgia is like having a yearning for a past that didn't really exist.
That's true. Oh yeah, that's relapsarian. Nonsense. But you knew that existed.
No, exactly. So that isn't fascism. Well, unless I use it as the basis of my ideology to, kill people or whatever. In which case,
Yeah, if you're killing people over the McDonald's menu, that's like,
I mean, though, that being said, that £1.29 pretty good. Like,
Some people would willingly die for this.
it's to kill. Well, I wouldn't die for it. I would kill for it now.
Yeah, but you're putting your life on the line the moment. I don't know where I'm going with this.
I don't know. I think I'm a tough guy. I think I'll be all right.
But would you enter? The
I go after easy targets. You know, the ill, the old, the young. Because you haven't specified that I have to kill like a specific person to get
I wouldn't
the
do
spicy
that.
chicken wrap,
I
right?
wouldn't do that. The moment you
Like,
start,
I'm not going to go after like the I'm going to go after like an
it's okay
MMA.
to talk about killing people until you get into the specifics. That's where like the problems begin.
Well, no, exactly. Like, I'm not going after like Conor McGregor. He kicked my ass. But if it was like, I don't know.
He does deserve it, Conor McGregor, but that's another matter.
I mean, yeah. In fairness, you're saying that because he's a plastic paddy, not because he's
Why would I judge someone for being a plastic paddy when that's like 50% of my personality?
That is true. That is. You are 50%. You do have plastic paddy legs like a centaur. That's very true.
Yeah. That is the type of microplastic that is coursing through your veins.
Yeah, when I learned about microplastics, I was not concerned because I'm macroplastic
we were laughing about that
already.
earlier because when we were talking about the Philly cheese stack, me and another member of the Discord that we were in sent the same photo from the McDonald's website, except mine had the symbol for it does have 100% Irish beef in it, and he said, how did he get that? And I said, well, obviously Google Chrome recognized my Irish ancestry and wanted to let me know that this is made with with ethically sourced traditional 100% Irish beef. So
I'm just enjoying like the mental conjuration of the words macroplastic paddy right now.
Macroplastic fatty. That is a Twitter name. That is what you should change your Discord name to.
I'm thinking of changing my Twitter. No, I can't.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'll change my Twitter name to that. I never finished watching.
Yeah. What was your thoughts on John Wick? Or you didn't
I liked it. You know what? I will say, watching. It's the Star Wars problem. Having watched 2, 3, and 4 first, and watched every single film since riff on it, it was hard to be kind of amazed by it, is all I'll say. But that's my own. If I had seen that on opening day when it came out, whatever year it was, I would have been like, you know what, my loyalty is to this franchise. But
I liked it. Yeah, I was there early on. Also, I did like Cap Legger's comment, which is probably a bit behind thing now. Fighters might look tough in the sport, but we're all the same people when we're ambushed.
Exactly right. I mean, they might say Tyson's the toughest, but not when I've got a knife. So
it's just reminding me of a Dylan Moran joke, which was, my granny said to me, "Doesn't matter how big they are, they've all have a neck."
I don't know why, but Charlie, I feel like you'd appreciate this. But I'm thinking of like Punch Out on the Wii, where they have like they do like a transformation halfway, like with King Hippo. He puts like a manhole, metal manhole over his belly and stuff like that. I'm just imagining one of the fighters just like Glass Joe, like you get him to like half health, and he just pulls out a gun.
That'd be pretty good. Boss. There's an action game on the PS2 where the final boss is just a guy with a gun. He can't take any hit. He can't. I'm not saying what it is, by the way. I'm not saying what it is.
No, I'm going to spoil a game that does that because it always makes me laugh. Because we used to laugh about this in uni. That's the final boss of like one of the Streets of Rage games. It's just guy with a gun.
The one I'm talking about is really funny because he goes down in 1 or 2 hits, but you die to a single bullet. So the final boss is just run across the room before he shoots you and get a hit in.
It's why we really liked what's it called? Condemned, is that they made guns feel like a terrifying threat to the extent that the BFG style power weapon that you get in the final moments of Condemned 1 is an Uzi, right? It's an old fashioned bolt action rifle and an Uzi. As James Bond said, not exactly Christmas, is it? But man, I should rewatch Skyfall.
Man, listen to this music.
Okay.
Listen to this fucking music.
I am. I'm liking it.
Yeah. I don't know if I've been able to mention it on stream.
You're
though.
loving it like the macroplastic burger from McDonald's.
One
Yeah,
cool
I
thing
am. I'm
about
gonna
the
get
music in this game is it does get distorted as like the fucking shit is creeping up behind you. So you've got a nice audio like, hey, fucking hurry up, get moving.
Yeah, it is a nice. Again, these. I don't want to say like Landfall, you've done it because all their games are really good. But like, I think I said this in my video, but I'm like, I'm hoping this is. I'm hoping like the people who like Sonic the Hedgehog and Mario but don't really play a lot of like indie stuff, this could be the one for 'em, you know?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. We've been stewing on it the whole thing, like trying to find the non-condescending way to say this is a step up. But that's
I mean, I think it is a genuine step up in regards to like art direct. Like, not to say that all the art direction of Tabga is bad, but it knows where its bread is buttered essentially.
Wait, stream is muted. What? Is the game muted? Has it been muted all along?
Are we muted?
Wait, have we been muted all this time?
The game says that there's desktop audio coming through. What the hell?
Oh no!
I asked earlier on, how's the thing, like, and no one said anything. But granted, that was when there was like.
You know what? Maybe they said that because it was. I don't really want to hear the game. I want to hear these cool dudes chat.
No, I mean, like, if on my audio mixer, it's showing as coming through.
Huh. I was hearing you talk from inside the walls. Sorry. Oh, dang it. God,
you can. I'm putting it on the parsec. You can see, right?
Yeah, no, we are. Yeah, the music is.
Yeah, those are some very green lines.
I mean, I can hear the music come through on parsec, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just going up on the mixer. That's quite
annoying.
Really I wonder why.
Well, it's not the end of the stream. It's a really funny thing to learn at the end of the stream.
It is, yeah. Well, hopefully it's been in the recording, so in the recording it will have audio. We can all go back and. I don't know. I would never intentionally like, let's mute the game. I'm double haste default. Yeah, that should be coming through. Very weird.
How odd.
Because
so I was going to say you don't stream through a different application that you record through, right?
No, and on my virtual audio cables, it's all routed through the default thing.
Right, but I mean, like, because you record in OBS, right?
Yeah, I stream in OBS, recording. Oh, but I'm recording in OBS now, so yeah, that's a bugger.
Well, I guess we'll find out. We could redo the music for you.
Yeah, just like.
From now on, everyone better be watching this stream with the Haste OST playing in the background.
Yeah, which hopefully that'll be on. Does this game have the option on Steam where like sometimes you can buy the game but also get the soundtrack with it?
I've not seen that.
No.
Maybe it's there. Uh oh.
I mean,
bad jump.
Probably the best music in like
literally only
one of
turned
these
it
games.
up like a decibel or two, and now people
what
go,
was that,
"Oh, hey,
Jared?
music."
Nothing. Just like, I was just like thinking like, I don't know how much music the other Landfall games even had.
No, that's what I was like. I know that
I can't think of any other Landfall music.
Tabgear has like the kind of ironic Call of Duty sounding lobby music, but doesn't really have anything in. Apart from like when you go into gangster style and you do beatboxing. But...
Stick Fight probably has some music, but we never remember because it's always in chat.
No, Battle. What's it called? Battle Sim probably has it, but I've never played it. Cluster Truck has decent music, and it's kind of like on a similar tip to this.
50.
And Content Warning and Nightfall didn't only have the menu music because they were all like, yeah, now you're in the lobby and you want to hear your friends. So
there's an unhealthy cockiness that I'm barely scraping through these stages, but when I see a thing that's have more speed, I go, I'm having more speed, please.
Wait, sir, more speed, please.
Sir, you're running into walls with your current speed. More speed, please.
Sir, your heart's the size of a fucking kid's party balloon. You're gonna die.
Just more speed, please.
Well, Jim Belushi's famous last words: "Please, sir, more speed, please." Rest in peace, the star of Blues Brothers and K9. Actually, is John Belushi? Oh no, his brother was in K9. Well, whatever, I guess.
No rest in peace to him though, is he still kicking?
Yeah, no need to say R.I.P. to him. Apparently he's a bit of a bastard to work with, but then after he was in Twin Peaks: The Return, that seemed to die down a little bit, and they were like, no, Jim Belushi's okay. So it's like, oh.
Humbled it.
All it says is starring in I was about to call him David Byrne, David Lynch project for all that to go out the window.
Man, I mixed this stream bad and different. I'm not going to stew on it.
Fine.
It happens. What was I thinking of though? I did recently learn like how much people hated Chevy Chase and how he kind of absolutely fucked his own
Because Chevy Chase
reputation.
is a fucking arsehole.
Yeah, and it's just, and it's not only that he's an arsehole, it's like how fucking tragic it is. Like I learned about the SNL roast that kind of led to roasts taking off, but it was also just because people really genuinely fucking hated Chevy Chase. So he wasn't getting jokes, he was getting torn to fucking shreds.
Oh yeah, no, but well, it's like have you ever seen the roast supercuts of what's the name? Fucking Megyn Kelly or whatever it is, the Fox News host who I think used to be in the Republican
Well,
government.
she's like still doing stuff. Megan
Yeah.
Kelly's still kicking around.
I mean, Chevy Chase still does like I think he still does like one film. I mean, he was on Community for like several years.
Yeah,
like,
that was part of the story I read about him was like his time on Community and how people theorized that he treated this one black actor really badly just because he could sense he was the one who was going places, and it was just...
Oh, was he really horrible to Donald Glover?
He was, yeah, and Donald Glover never let it get to him. Like, Donald Glover kind of pitiably describes him as, like, he just kind of knew he was on the fucking way out, and, like, so he just didn't let anything he said affect him, and it's like...
Well, no, exactly. It's like, why let, you know... If my haters are my greaters, like, who gives a fuck? Like, which, yeah, I mean, it's interesting because like Chase was like, I don't know what it is like with SNL in regards to just some people are like, oh, you're just a solid player, like whatever, and then just like one or two people will be like, oh no, you're the crown king of Hollywood now. Like we will, yeah, we like you're like Skullface from Phantom Pain. We will literally kill on command if you want us to. And like Chevy had that because of Christmas. Well, actually, which is it just Vacation, which is the first one, and then like Christmas Vacation is like, oh, this is the most important film in American film history. Like he's the emperor of Hollywood now, and yeah, just like got to wield his power to just fuck with people.
Just kind of, and then when people no longer found him funny, no one had his back to like try and help his career get
He
back
had
off the
he had a
ground.
string of duds. Famously, one of them was he did a film called like Memoirs of an Invisible Man, which was meant to be him reunited with John Landis, another fucking Hollywood
boy.
arsehole. And basically, they just did not get on with one another. And Landis went to the producers of the film and he said, "Look, here's the deal. It's me or Chevy. You can't have both." And they went, "Well, Chevy's a bigger name draw than you, so bye bye, fuck it." So,
Oh
and
no!
they got bloody Master of Horror John Carpenter to direct that film, and they're just two styles that do not mesh with one another.
I do think it's like a similar
yes,
thing
Lucas
happened with
Tellerny.
Mike
This
Myers,
is, by
where
the-
if you're a dickhead, you get one flop, and then people take the first opportunity to fucking drop you.
Oh yeah, no, to like drop you like
Yeah.
a bad smell. So
So like, who's like the biggest like kind of like most difficult person to work with that just hasn't had their like flop yet?
I mean, it's difficult. I mean, it's
Yeah,
kind
it's
of
hard to
difficult
say because until they flop, people aren't gonna be fucking coming out of the woodwork until.
Well, that's yeah. No, people like with Weinstein, like a lot of that only started to come out once it was kind of like people knew that they could do so. Like, I think maybe the
Yeah.
only person that kind of fits the bill, although it's a bit more kind of political, is Gal Gadot, who's like one of the worst actresses in Hollywood. Nobody gets on with her. Seems to be doing incredibly successfully for herself. Wonder what that's about. Oh
I
well.
wonder how that happened.
How that happened? Anyways, yeah, this is Haste by Landfall,
Yeah.
the developers of Totally Accurate Battle Simulator and last year's content warning. So
Once you see these tracks, you can't resist.
no, exactly.
getting on
You see the
fuck.
tracks. Yeah, it's like that famous saying: once you see tracks, you can't go back.
think they said that in Train Spotting, right?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, that was actually the tagline for Train Spotting. Once easy tracks, you can't go back.
Oh fuck.
I love Irvin Welsh novels because it's just like.
Oh fuck. How high am I going to be able to go up? Yeah.
Of course you can.
I'm kind of amazed I
It's
haven't
just-
ran into the back of a train yet. Oh fuck. There. Just dodge it. Just dodge it.
Oh my gosh.
Right, now we're going to hit this. We're going to come off the incline. We're going right back up.
You know, you were saying you kind of fell out. Well, you haven't fallen out, but you just haven't done much with VR recently.
Not this.
What? But you can do the stream of this in VR, though, right?
There is a mod that turns Sonic Generations into a first-person VR game. In case you want to be really sick.
Let's see.
I can't wait for like people to mod the new PC pack of the Werehog game.
Oh,
Unleashed.
the PC native port of Sonic Unleashed. Yeah.
I was talking a bit about it way at the start of the stream, but like trying to get fucking Unleashed project to work recently, that was a godsend. That would pair nicely with my new VR game set in a tumble dryer. There must just be a VR like software on Steam that's just sickness test how much you fucking can.
Vomit generator.
Yeah, like you have that for parties. Like how this will just if you really want to make someone throw up, just give them this as a challenge. It was like a Penn and Teller project.
What if like the FBI has like a torture room where it's like we're gonna put you in like the sickness goggles instead of waterboarding you.
Ooh.
I haven't used my keyboard in so long that it's just turned itself off. Okay, Penn and Teller VR, frankly unfair, unkind, unnecessary and underhanded. AKA Penn and Teller VR, F you, and you. Now, those guys sure do have a joke, huh? Oh my god, right, 3 guesses. Who were the developers of the Penn and Teller VR game? Obviously, not Penn and Teller themselves. A relatively known game developer.
Digital? Was it Devolver?
Not Devolver, no.
Relatively known.
Funnier than Devolver.
Not bit. Who's the ones who have a little guy in a red shirt on their fucking logo?
Nintendo? Mario?
No, I'm not good at these things.
Okay, one more guess, but I'll give you a clue. It's a game about magicians. Who's a famous video game industry magician?
Was it Randy Pitchford's fucking...
Yeah, Gearbox made it.
Gearbox? What the... That is not what I fucking expected in a million years.
Wow.
But you know what? You know what? If you're gonna make a game about magicians, don't you need that kind of expertise behind it?
I guess so, yeah. Maybe they got on Fool Me with that. Maybe Randy Pitchford made it through that show by like, well, we couldn't find the USB stick.
Maybe Penn and Teller helped him make the Sega money disappear. The fucking aliens, colonial marines money that just went up in smoke, but somehow Borderlands 2 came out and was far more exceptional than the first one. How'd that happen, huh?
Exceptionally.
Well, wasn't it a thing of like they were like contractually obligated to like make the Colonial Marines game, but then like Borderlands came out and it was like big, and they were just like, we don't care about
the story
aliens anymore.
Bullet Time was basically. Yeah, they were contractually obligated to do it for Sega. Borderlands 1 had blown up, so they farmed it out to another developer to develop it. Sega found out. Oh, and also, obviously, it can't be proven, but didn't give a lot of money nor direction to this developer for Aliens Colonial Marines, and the thought may have been, oh, they kept some money behind from the kitty to spend on Borderlands 2. Again, allegedly, I'm making a joke here. I can't actually prove this.
I'm gonna die.
Yeah,
I need to move really fast.
Sega caught wind and basically said, hey, fuckers, you owe us a video game. Fucking man up. And yeah, Gearbox took over the project and basically argued that the developers that they gave it to sat on the hands for
God,
the past
God.
2 years and didn't make anything. So,
Oh god, 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 fuck.
whereas that developer says, no, we did make stuff, but Gearbox threw it all out because they didn't know how to work with the tools. So, but,
Man, what a, you know,
what a story, Mark.
what a messy little development
A
story.
messy story that it resulted in an incredibly boring video game.
2 incredibly
Yep.
boring video games.
Yep, true that. You know that's true, brother.
Yeah, that's true.
Holy cow.
So true.
So true.
Yeah, then I post the gif of Balatro, but it's the Morgan Freeman So True.
Yeah, Morgan Freeman saying so true.
Um,
Wait, no, is it Morgan Freeman or is it Bill Cosby?
it's Morgan Freeman.
I don't
mean,
really
like,
know what Bill Cosby thinks is.
I have it in my favorites on
Okay.
yo.
How's the chat
Discord.
doing, by the way? I just
slowly,
looked over and
bit
it's been the
slowly.
same message for a while of we would pair nicely with my new VR game set at Tumble Dry. That would be a chill, like, Tumble Dry Simulator would be chill though, when
That's
you
why I
just see the
started
world
thinking
from
about, you know, VR sickness game.
Yeah. Anyways, let me read. Oh, by the way, so this is in the sale. This is in the Gearbox sale at the moment, so you can save 90% on this. You could buy this game for £1.49.
Alien Colonial Marines, or
No, Penn and Teller, FU, and U.
I mean, will that work on my? I got because I've only got a Quest 3 at the moment.
Good
Cheaper than getting a new.
question. VR only, track controller support. Yeah, you should be fine.
Should be gold.
One of the mini games is you batting away giant spiders with newspapers.
Nice.
One of them is has a really creepy looking CG. God, this does look like the fucking training software I make it. Penn and Teller are having a heart attack. Well, how would you check if they're still breathing? Zoom in.
I would trust that
one's
they would have
like,
staff to do it for them. They're
Yeah.
professionally trained.
One is like having to escape through check. This kind of looks like fun kind of VR escapology stuff. This might be okay. Fool your friends, perform 10 cruel magic tricks disguised as cutting-edge science that will leave your loved one screaming and you cackling manically. Demonstrate the healing powers of immersion therapy, test your telekinetic powers, or even guide your soon-to-be ex-friends as they perform the most dangerous act in showbiz.
Yeah, I feel like putting an arachnophobe in the spider simulator is a pretty quick way to get smacked in the fucking face.
Next headline, play with yourself. No friends, we fought, sir. Strap on your headset and become a high-rise grime fighter or a willing volunteer in one of Penn and Teller's acts. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Most of the magic, slip into the virtual shoes of legendary magicians Houdini, Cardini, and Penn Jillette himself, and perform your own water-escaping card trick, but Penn and Teller is your magical mentors. I mean, there's something to be said
Convoy.
about imagine how exciting a video game is where you play as Penn Jillette, because he's
Uh-oh.
fucking gigantic.
Yeah, I'd feel he's fucking huge. I'd feel tiny next to him.
Yeah,
I'd feel like
I mean,
that.
that's just a fun
Oh,
video game
it's this-
concept, like a VR thing of, yeah, what if you could just play as a 6'8" guy? It's like, yeah, that sounds great.
I have noticed that there has been a couple of repeat bosses, but with more beams, which is fine. They've had to work. They've clearly had to do some shuffling. Oh fuck.
You know, they only got some. I mean, if this game does really well, though, they could spend the budget on, you know, more bosses and stuff.
Yeah, you know they announced another game called Peak with another studio, so they got another game.
Oh, that's
coming out
funny.
this year.
Twitch won't let Volga mention the name Bill Cosby. And shit.
Oh my god. But as Naked
Wow.
Gun told us, he would never do anything.
I thought that was what Osho said.
Fuck, I'm mixing up OJ. Yeah, I'm mixing up. Very different. Very different.
Oh my god, are you mixing up famous black popular cultural figures? of the
I'm sorry. I've got
1980s?
to come out live on stream as a big racist for mixing up two people once. What did
Folks,
Michael Jackson say though?
ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Oh, has this been a sting operation this whole time?
Yeah, no, me and Chariot.
Yeah.
Operation Rolling Thunder, or I don't know.
what we do, we're part of this new police initiative where we bait YouTubers into being racist. Usually we don't have to do anything.
This one was called
But like, wouldn't that technically count as entrapment, though?
Yeah, technically.
Yeah, but you guys have been given special powers. You're clearly saying that now to get around it.
That's true.
Oh, it's true.
Also, it's like entrapment because I'm played by Sean Connery.
Peak is coming in 2025.
You know, YouTube's the snake. How can you tell the difference between Bill Cosby and O.J. Simpson?
By the record?
Oh, I see. What of touchdowns and
Yeah.
free throws?
Yeah, that record.
Oh.
You know, that fellow wrote a book that was about what if I did it. Well, I actually did do it. Because I'm not a fucking pansy.
That's what a famous James Bond actor Sean Connery would say, I think.
Writing a spec script about a buddy cop comedy between OJ and Sean Connery, and you turn in, it's like, you realise they're both fucking dead, right? Then
Yeah, I'm in the year 2020. Wait, is OJ dead?
OJ died recently. I
Yeah,
believe.
he died last year.
Yeah.
Oh, what of?
Old
Uh,
or cancer, one or the other.
yeah, it
I was
was
going to say,
relatively
did he
natural
not get the
causes.
COVID or?
I actually don't know. I thought it was cancer, or he was just old as fuck.
Is Bill? No, Bill's very much still alive.
Oh, Bill's alive?
Yeah, no, he does talk. He does like he sometimes talks to
Well,
the
yeah,
cameras
well-
now and again from prison, and he is like he can't turn off being a stand-up. It's so weird.
You know, he never lost his spirit. Clearly.
No, it's like it would be like imagine if you were like one of the blue. Imagine if you were like one of the, you know, like Nazi guards in Nuremberg, but you just couldn't turn off doing this. Like, just the absolute worst place to do this, and you're just like teeing them up like you're at the Laugh Factory.
Yeah, like in 1954, he goes, "You know how long I've been in here? 9 years."
Let me
Nice.
tell you about the food that they have in Nazi prison. It's just like, oh jeez.
Like,
You're like,
it's
Bill Cosby,
a guard
like, that's
taking him
what
aside and
Cosby
saying,
is
you know,
just
you
like,
did
do you-
some horrible stuff. You should stop making jokes. It's disconcerting.
I'm just like, the Cosby is just like, do you not feel any, like, you know, regrets over what you did? And it's like, you people these days, they're walking around, and it's like, oh, Bill,
What's
don't.
the deal with prison food?
You know, I've been in prison for a while now, but you know, society's the real. And it's like, oh, Bill, no, stop.
With the bars and the guards and the showers and the...
I had to sneak in a tiny mobile phone to my ass.
And the guard walks past and I take the screwdriver to the toilet.
Screwdriver. Oh, we're now just recalling A Way Out, but with Bill Cosby. You know, me and this big nose guy, we were walking up this tower, and then he says we didn't even need to go this way.
He was scared of parachuting into the...
We're scared of parachute.
Oh. By the way, you did say we should play fucking Split Fiction.
Oh
It's
yeah,
gonna take
I
6
asked if you wanted to do Split Fiction on Steam. Yeah, I did get paid recently, so I could buy Split
It probably
Fiction.
I might not be available this weekend. It'll either be
No,
this
that's fine. We can do it another time. Well,
Yeah.
you'll be glad to know it runs perfectly well on Steam Deck. So,
Nice.
you know what? People said, "Oh, James, you leave the PC ecosystem, you'll be, you know, you'll be short of video games." I'm like, no, not with the Steam Deck.
I'm actually
Yeah,
realizing
yeah,
with the anti-spark system, I might need to grind old levels. Because,
Oh, no.
because
Well,
there are...
I mean, again, like that's like the downside of a roguelite is
Yeah.
grinding often becomes mandatory.
Yeah, because turns out the grappling hook, I need 1500 anti-sparks for that shit.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh, is this like
Yeah, yeah.
Banjo-Kazooie? Is this like Banjo-Kazooie that you can only go to certain zones if you have power-ups?
No. It's not like that. It's just I want the grappling hook.
Oh, I see. It's intrinsic Banjo-Kazooie, not extrinsic
Yeah.
Banjo-Kazooie.
Or I could blow it all on just making myself slightly more powerful, which is kind of uninteresting. But I kind of do want more starting sparks though, because then, and item rarity, because then I can buy more interesting items more easily and make the runs more fun. So that's what they've got me on. They do start you a bit more powered up in the demo.
I do like how Nubby in the newest update has a way of manipulating item rarity.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can buy a star fruit that gives you plus 1% rare item percentages. And it's pretty good.
Also, I did look at it. Yeah, no, AJ. Did dilate this time last year. Of prostate cancer as well. Same thing my dad had.
Oh.
That's sad. That being said, my dad didn't stab anyone, so you know.
It's a bit more tragic.
Well, point to me. That being said, he also wasn't in the Naked Gun trilogy. So
I'm gonna end the stream any minute now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to go home, Snow. I don't want to be on this entertaining stream anymore.
You know, let's call it there though, because I've unlocked another level, but I'm gonna save the rest of the game for myself. I'm probably actually gonna have to restart and do all those to get cleaner footage.
I guess
in
so.
4K, which I don't really mind doing. I'm probably gonna make a video on this. This is a game up my alley, even though it's probably gonna be one.
It'll be a sequel to your Spark video in a weird way.
Okay. Yeah, let's end it there. Have a good night.
Good night, everybody. Good night, Haste.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, Swede.
Good night, Swede. Good night, the Swedes who made this game.
Good night, Moon.
Oh yeah, good night, the Swedes who made this game.
Good night, cow jumping over the moon. Good night, Bill, but not Cosby.
Ah, fuck that guy. He did
He
it.
doesn't deserve a good night.
No good night to Bill Cosby. Bad nights only.
Bad night, Bill Cosby.